Morning, Javier. Paul, how are you? Morning, David. We're live.
Well, good morning. I have now lost 65 pounds.
You done? Getting there. Certainly growing.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this Tuesday. Hope your week got off to a good start. Man, the sports world is not letting up, is it? My goodness. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Top of the morning to you, Mark. This reminding me a little bit of the COVID days in that at least me far more than you kept, patting me on the head going, it'll be okay. It'll be okay. Mark, I don't know, man. There's no sports going on. David, we don't have enough time every day. We're going to be fine. I don't know, Mark. Okay. And you talked me through that. Huh, my goodness. I mean, when Dusty May's leaving Michigan before lunch, I mean, damn.
Well, I actually talked to a few people up in Michigan yesterday that I trust, and not friends, people actually in the business. I pulled a Moulton and texted some people that are on my list that I don't usually bother. But most everybody was of the opinion that this guy ultimately wanted to be in the NBA. So he's now where he wants to be. He's a terrific coach. Dusty was great to us when he was in Florida. We obviously didn't have him on the show when he was at the University of Michigan, but he was great on his way to Michigan. When he was at FAU, we had him on regularly, and smart guy. People think very highly of him. Even yesterday, all the college people are like, no, he'll adjust. You actually work less in the NBA now because after you win a national championship, you don't need to spend the next 12 hours trying to make sure your roster stays. So he's got to learn the practice schedule, how hard to ride these guys compared to the 30 games roughly that you play in college and the 80 games that you play in the NBA. So it's a different schedule, but all in all, most thought this is where he wanted to be. It is an interesting job because this was considered an elite franchise. Since Mark Cuban sold the franchise, I don't know if it's thought of as well by players. That will remain to be seen. But obviously, there are a couple of pieces there. So Dusty May's in Dallas, and coach for hire worked in Ann Arbor. Nobody in Ann Arbor can say anything badly. You got your natty. What else do you want? He came, he delivered, he left.
Yeah, I just think that they were hoping for more of an Urban Meyer run. Could you give us 5-6 years?
Yeah, but he didn't. I mean, it's like there's not one Michigan fan to me that can be upset today. They can be bummed, but they cannot be upset.
Agreed. Like, oh man, I thought we were going to have him for a couple more, but man, what a great hire that was.
Exactly.
Glad we got him and not Indiana.
No doubt.
That's what it came down to for Dusty May. Michigan or Indiana? How far away does Indiana seem from Michigan's area code when it comes to basketball?
I was going to say, how far away does Michigan seem from Indiana's area code when it comes to football? I know both would switch, but I think Indiana's pretty comfortable with where they are, if you know what I mean.
I don't know. Financially, I think it's working out better for Indiana to pick the right sport, but just think about that. Can we go back 3 years? 2 even? But definitely 3? Okay, here's the deal. 2 hot shot coaches. All right? One in football, one in basketball. The hot shot coach in football is going to go to Indiana. Oh, what a waste. No. He's going to make the playoff twice in 2 years. He's going to win a national championship. Come on, at Indiana football? Give me a break. Just telling you, I've seen the future. And the other hotshot basketball coach, he's going to choose Michigan over Indiana? Come on now. Who would do that? And the hotshot coach actually has ties to Indiana and no ties to Michigan. You're just taking something. We got to drug test you. You're out of your mind. Oh, and by the way, we're going to be paying all the players in all the sports.
But at the end of the day, look, and we'll see how things work out in Michigan with their new football coach. But the best coach in maybe the best coach in college sports is at Indiana right now. Is there a better basketball? Because Dusty May was thought of as one of the top, if not the top guy, one of the 3 top guys. Kirk Cignetti is the best coach in college football, and I don't think it's arguable. You can say what you want about Kirby, and you can say Ryan Day, and you can talk about a lot of other coaches. But what happened in Indiana, to me, cements him at this point in time as the best coach in college sports. No one has ever had an impact on their university in that time frame the way Cignetti has with the Indiana Hoosiers and their football team. It's startling to me.
I think the only coach who's even in the area code, Mark, is Hurley at UConn basketball.
Yep. I agree.
But no, man. I mean, what he's done is unprecedented, historic. Took the biggest perennial loser, literally, in the sport and didn't make him good, didn't make him a contender, made him a national champion in 2 years. And obviously has adopted perfectly to the new system that was being put in place as he was coming on board. Perfectly.
So that's the part of this that, Dusty May was at Michigan, and congratulations to he and they. They got it done last year. It was an incredible team. He did an incredible job coaching, but it pales in comparison to the job that Kurt Signetti has done at Indiana. When you start throwing the two and, one in basketball and one in football, I'll take the football guy hands down. And by all accounts, he doesn't want to leave. Now, I'll never say never, but it certainly seems that he's acting like this is the last job he'll ever have. That's the other part of it, David.
Well, I think we'll find out in a year, Mark. In fact, technically, I think we'll find out in 6 months, because if the Colts don't have a good year this year, I think everybody in Indianapolis is getting fired, GM, coach, and I think she's just going to pick up the phone and call them. Say, hey, I'm going to be on campus later today. Can I meet you for a coffee? And I think she's just going to look right at him and go, it's yours if you want it. Think about it.
We'll see. But, thus far, the indications are he's not interested in working on Sundays.
Totally. And I don't think he is. But I think if you're the owner of the Colts, okay, you just say, hey, it's yours if you want it. And, I'm going to take the weekend and chill because we're not in the playoffs. And I'm bummed about that. And, I'll call you next week.
But more happened than a basketball coach leaving. A big trade in the NBA. Couple of trades, but one big one. And we'll see what it means to the Miami Heat, the current favorite team of all teams in Miami. Giannis is with the Heat. Hero is a Buck. So it's Bam and Giannis and whatever else they put around the two of them. Because a lot left on its way to Milwaukee.
Yep. All the young guys they were developing and holding on to. And they decided Giannis is the guy at 31 with 1 year left on a contract to let him go for. I think we all have to assume they're going to try to sign Giannis long term. And reportedly, he's been interested. So hopefully for Miami's sake, it's not a one and done, because then this will be an awful trade. Not just the players, but the picks and what have you. So I got to assume this is Giannis's last stop.
Right. He's played in the league for 13 years. You're not getting the best version of Giannis. His best days have passed him. Now, he's only 31, so I would say the next 3 still could be pretty good. But he's been injured a lot. And a lot last year. So his health is the most important part of this entire deal.
Huh. Sounds a lot like Jimmy Butler. Doesn't it? Same age. When Jimmy was healthy, they'd go to the finals. Jimmy not healthy, Miami in trouble.
Right, but did Jimmy, you got to help me here. Maybe he was as injured as Giannis coming to Miami. I don't remember him having the same injury problems or, I wasn't thinking about Jimmy Butler's injuries when he became a member of the Miami Heat.
Fair enough.
That's all. I mean, I could be wrong. Wouldn't be the first time, probably not even today. I mean, I'm sure I did something that pissed off one of the cats this morning. Said something that was out of line.
I don't think so. 10 minutes in so far. The movie reviews look pretty clean for Miller and Moulton. We'll see if we can get through the next break unfazed.
So Dusty May is a Mav. Giannis is with the Heat. The NBA draft is tonight. And boy, oh boy, if you enjoy watching the World Cup, the Stars delivered yesterday.
When haven't they? My goodness.
I mean, the best player of all time leads it off with 2. Then perhaps the best player today scores 2. And then the best goal scorer in the sport, by the way, he scores 2.
That's after Didn't they go 3-2-2 in their first game? That threesome?
Yeah.
Yeah. So they've gone 3-2-2, 2-2-2. Huh.
Now, I get it. And with Norway, they played the best team. That was the most competitive game. The other games weren't nearly as competitive. But if you like your stars, you got delivery yesterday all day in the World Cup. We'll talk some NBA draft today. Bobby Marks on the show and recap the College World Series with Gary Sharp. Starting 5 in 25 minutes.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
No!
This summer, there's only one place to experience the roar of the World Cup at the British Open Pub in Bonita Springs, your World Cup headquarters, where the team is bringing every match live, full sound on every TV across the patio, with daily food and drink specials from the opening match on June 11th through the final on July 19th. Catch the electric atmosphere for every England and USA match and all the matches in between at the British Open Pub, Bonita Springs, at the shops of Pelican Landing, where the World Cup comes alive.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Out? I know your food's going to be there like in an hour and 15 minutes. You probably got to sit in front of the bowl. You want out? Yeah, it was pretty boring last night. Happy Joy, Happy 19, whatever. That's an interesting name. I'm guessing. I think I know who that is, but that's all right. Yeah, they were great. They were great throughout the whole time in Omaha. They beat up on everybody. Outside of the loss to North Carolina, that was the only loss they had, and they beat the snot out of everybody they played.
Did you see Barry Switzer's outfit last night?
I did not. I did not watch much of that because the game was over pretty quickly.
So Switzer has on a 1985 Oklahoma football golf shirt. And he has on one of his Dallas Cowboy light jackets.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks for being with us. Miller and Moulton, MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Bobby Marks from ESPN. We'll talk everything that went on in the NBA yesterday and what may take place tonight with the first round of the NBA draft. And Gary Sharp will join us. He just covered all the college baseball in Omaha. So now that it's wrapped up, we'll talk about Oklahoma's title win as an unseeded team. That's rare. And also just about the events in Omaha, et cetera, et cetera. Dusty May leaving Michigan for Dallas. That's another thing, Mark. We just did the let's play the 2-year game with Indiana and Michigan, certain coaches in certain sports. I mean, what was the year the Mavs were in the finals and lost to the Celtics? I mean, wasn't that long ago. Knicks in 26, Oklahoma City in 25, Golden State, I think, in 22. Was it 23? Did the Celtics
24.
pick the 24?
Yeah.
Okay. Think about what's gone on there. Who was starring in Dallas, who the coach was in Dallas, and what's gone on with that franchise. And now it's Cooper Kupp and it's Dusty
Right.
May.
Cooper Flag.
I'm sorry.
Cooper Kupp still can catch a pass or two.
Can.
And I wouldn't be surprised if he could drive the lane. You know, I mean, he's sneaky quick, but
He would be a slasher. Wouldn't you think he'd be a slasher?
I think so.
Yep.
Probably good on his high school team.
In fact, he just won a ring with the Seahawks. So, yeah, so Flag or Kupp, both seem to be doing okay. So,
But-
remarkable.
Yeah, it is. It is. And you know, is it good? Let me ask you this. It's good for the league that the Knicks won. There's no doubt because it's a New York team, and that's good for any league when a New York team wins. It just is. But is it good for the league? Now, it's good for fan bases, but is it good for totality of the league to have 8 winners, 8 different winners in 8 years? We were debating this when the series started. You were gone. And Trent and I were debating this. Trent thinks it's great for the league. I don't know if it's great for the league. It's great. And he kind of focused on fan bases. That I agree with, because obviously now any team you're a fan of, you can look at it and go, well, hell, we've had 8 different winners in 8 years. Why can't it be us next? But is it good for the league? Was it better for the league when Golden State was dominating, or is it better to have 8 champions in 8 years?
I think at Golden State's peak, it was better than any of the last 7 titles until the Knicks. That the Knicks were better than Golden State's peak, but not by much. But that was just because of 53 years, I believe, more so than New York. I think it was New York with a 53 in parenthesis and an asterisk nearby.
Well, yeah, I know what you're saying, but to me, if it's anybody but, like, if it were the Celtics or the Lakers that had that long of a drought, sure. But if, you know, the T-Wolves go another however many years and in year 53 win the title, it ain't like a New York team doing it, if you know what I mean.
No, but I think a third of the Knicks ratings came about because of the streak. I mean, come on, there's a whole generation of fans. They don't know anything about that franchise being good. Okay, so, you know, but I think that the Knicks winning is better than all the other teams since the Steph Durant Warriors being at the top. I do. It's just a matter of by how much and what you attribute it to. And, you know, like, I don't think, Mark, if they win it here coming up soon, that it'll be half of what this was.
from a hype standpoint, you might be right. But trust me, if the Spurs would have won this year, it wouldn't have done nearly what it did. When New York teams win, when New York teams play in the finals, it doesn't matter the sport. I mean, baseball, when they got their Yankees Dodgers World Series, well, it's a whole different ballgame. I mean, every league wants that. And maybe the only other team that can come back in basketball and perhaps, and I don't think it would ever do what the Knicks did, but if the Bulls come back, because there's a lot of people who have sentimental ties to Michael and the Bulls, and they've been pretty much a hot mess since.
Yeah, that would be interesting, wouldn't it?
That's about the only other team in the sport, right?
I mean, that about an hour under Thibodeau before Derek got hurt, where they were the second best team in the East. They were ready to challenge Miami. And then the next year he got hurt. And see ya. Oh, that's over. When are we going to hear from him again? And it's been, they've had a moment in a quarter century.
Because we don't have, Dallas, like Cooper Flagg is one of the more popular. Wemby's the most popular young guy in the league. And so Wemby's going to draw eyeballs, although there now are people that put the villain tag on him because of the way he acted at certain points in the finals here. But after Wemby, of an American-born young player out there, Cooper Flagg would be the guy that, for all the reasons, would get people excited. So it will be interesting to see what Dusty May does in Dallas, because the college basketball fan might spend 4 minutes paying attention to the playoffs if Dallas is in it. I mean, a coach that won a title at Michigan and a kid that played at Duke.
I'm also just intrigued by these billion-dollar franchises are willing to put their franchises in the hands of college people. I mean, the San Francisco Giants in baseball hired the successful University of Tennessee baseball coach. It's off to a rough start.
Yeah, because there was a point there that they, early in the season, they were hovering around 500. They're one of the worst teams in baseball right now. I believe they're one of the 5 worst teams in the sport. Now, long way to go before we determine his success or failure as a manager in baseball. But thus far, David, you're right. Rough start.
And that was the first manager, that Buster Posey hired. He inherited, and this was his, big changes. Getting rid of this guy, getting rid of this guy. Who you bringing in? I think I'm going to go to the college route. Really? Wow. We can't even remember when somebody did that in this sport. But this is how good I knew Dusty May was as a head coach. How happy so many fan bases were yesterday that he was leaving for the NBA. They were like, yeah, wow, that makes my day. My week's off to a great start. Like, damn.
I don't think Michigan ran out of money yesterday, everybody. Just letting you know. I believe that a coach had a lot to do with it, and recruiting and getting players, and he was right there on the line with how he brought players in, but it doesn't mean the next guy can't pick up the playbook and do the same damn thing, because they're spending the money. And once Michigan decided financially to get in the game, Michigan's been pretty good pretty quickly. They went out and got a terrific football coach. Most think he'll be quite successful as the head coach of the University of Michigan. And I can't imagine that from the basketball standpoint, they won't keep on keeping on. But Dusty May, a Mav, as their new head coach, happened yesterday, about 40 minutes after we got off the air.
Could they please hire Mick Cronin? Could we have dueling Izzo Cronin, Michigan State, Michigan pressers, please?
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
The Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512. American Paint Supplies. For nearly 30 years is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
This really okay. Uh, all right. That was weird.
Was that a little echo?
Well, no, all of a sudden I didn't see myself in the studio and it opened up another window with StreamYard there. I don't know what exactly happened, but whatever. It's fixed now. Paula, it's National Detroit Style Pizza Day. Do you have a go-to in Motown for your pizza?
Paul, almost number 2. Almost. Slightly more amorous than usual when she was going to bed. So much so that I told her, you nearly fulfilled one of the possibilities from today. What is Detroit style pizza?
It's a square with I don't know. Is it sauce on top of the cheese or something? It's Jets is the only one locally that's a Detroit style pizza. I don't remember. Jets is Detroit style pizza. Gang.
Gotcha.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Bobby Marks will join us, 8 a.m. Eastern. A lot went down in the NBA yesterday. Lots going to go down in the NBA over the next 24 to 72 hours. NBA draft tonight, round 1 anyway. Usually teams want to know what pick they're actually getting or trading before they make the deals go down. So that's about 13 or so hours from now. A lot going on, though. You've come to expect that these last 2 weeks. Let's get to it. Time for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the Starting Five.
And we'll start with the NBA. And the news started early in the day yesterday, around lunch, that Dusty May was leaving the college ranks to go pro. And he was going to leave the University of Michigan. And he's going to become the next head coach of the Dallas Mavericks. What a transformation the Mavs have undergone in the last 18 months. But May obviously took FAU to the Final Four and won a natty at Michigan. I think his college credentials are pretty good. Don't think he'll have trouble finding a job if by chance this NBA thing doesn't go to his liking. Draft, as we mentioned, tonight and tomorrow. Tonight's round 1, tomorrow's round 2. Trades in a rush to go down. The Giannis sweepstakes was decided between midnight and 1 a.m. And the winner, the Miami Heat. They get 31-year-old Giannis with a year left on his contract, and forward Bobby Portis, who's a good player. Good, solid. You could use him as first guy off the bench. You could start him. He's going to get you pretty much 14 and 9, no matter how you use him. Solid player. Built a lot like Bam and Giannis, though, only a little smaller, so it'll be interesting how they use him. But anyway, that's who the Heat get, Giannis and Bobby Portis. They give up 3 first-round picks, including the 13th overall pick in tonight's draft. The other 2 first-round picks are not for a while, not for 6 and 8 drafts, 2031 and 2033. The key to both of them, however, the picks are unprotected. meaning if Miami is terrible and those picks are top 5, top 10, and Milwaukee's getting top 5, top 10 picks. And if the Heat are really good, well, then the Bucks are not getting great picks. So we'll see what the Heat are like in a half a dozen years. They're also getting a pick swap, a second-round pick, and they're getting 4 players. I mean, this is potentially 9 for 2 from Miami. The 3 first-round picks, the pick swap, second-round pick, and Tyler Hero, Khalil Ware, Jaime Jaquez, and, forgive me, I'm going to get this wrong, Kasparis Jakachonis.
I like it. I'll give you that.
Okay.
I will. You know what? I'm gonna give you an air horn for that. I like it.
Oh, well, thank you. Appreciate that. I mean, I won't do it again, but okay.
Fair enough.
3 of these 4, the Heat have been playing somewhat regularly and grooming for a couple years. And obviously, Riley's given up on going the younger, cheaper grooming route because, quite frankly, the Heat haven't been cheap. They've been at or over the cap, and they've had spending limitations. When you're going to be that mediocre, you shouldn't have spending limitations. Another trade went down yesterday. 3-way deal, Brooklyn, Minnesota, Chicago. Brooklyn and the Bulls, 2 teams with the most cap room. So they ate some of it up yesterday. Brooklyn acquired Julius Randle. The Bulls acquired Nick Claxton. Randle going from the T-Wolves to the Nets because the T-Wolves had a choice to make. Julius Randle or the young guy backing him up. They chose the young guy backing him up. So Randle goes back to the New York metropolitan area where he was one of the first Knicks to make them respectable again during these last 5-6 years. But they traded him as part of the Karl Anthony Towns deal a couple years ago. Randle played really well for Minnesota, including in the playoffs. By the way, did you hear, Mark, that the Golden Knights owner of the NHL, he's the first one to throw his hat in the ring to purchase the new basketball team coming to Vegas? Remember, all the NBA said is, we're going to Vegas and we're going to Seattle. They haven't picked out owners. The Golden Knights guy's got his hand raised going, I can do that. So we'll see if that's the way the NHL wants to go with dual ownership. NHL, the Hockey Hall of Fame class of 2026 is out. Been an eventful time in the Tkachuk family. You had the major trade yesterday, reuniting brothers with the Panthers. And their dad, Keith Tkachuk, was voted into the Hockey Hall of Fame yesterday, along with Patrice Bergeron, goalies Carey Price and Pekka Rinne. Longtime executive Brian Burke also elected to the Hall of Fame. World Cup, Argentina, led by this Messi guy. Yeah, he scored twice. Would have scored 3 times if he didn't miss a penalty kick. Argentina beat Austria 2-0. Messi with 5 goals in 2 matches. France in action. That means that Mbappe guy, he had 2 goals in their first match. So for the heck of it, he had 2 goals yesterday. France 3-0 over Iraq. Norway's got this.
That second goal is the worst goal. If my daughter's 12U team gave up the goal that Iraq gave up for the second goal, parents would be upset.
It's
It's the
unbelievable.
worst goal I've ever seen in a competitive soccer match in my life. I've never seen anything quite like that.
I certainly haven't seen a goal that bad in which the men or the women on the pitch were in high school or above. Seriously, I've never seen a goal that bad in high school. It was ridiculous. I don't know if we can aptly describe it. It was 3 players for Iraq lined up in
It
a
was a
row.
goal kick. It was a goal
Okay.
kick.
It was a
And
goal kick, and they
the goalie and was a foot and a half in front of him. The goalie tipped it to a France player, and it was in the net in a matter of seconds.
so we still don't know, was the player going to take the goal kick? Was the goalie going to take the goal kick?
Well, no, the player was going to take the player was clearly taking the goal kick.
Well, but then why did he kick it sideways to the goalie?
That was their play, I guess, and he missed him. Because when the ball's put there, it was in play. Once he kicks it, it's in play.
I know.
So it wasn't
I
a
know.
choice over who was making the goal kick. He was clearly kicking it back to his goaltender or trying to kick it past his goaltender to the other back, but he didn't kick it nearly hard enough if that were the case. It literally, I've not seen a play that bad in U12 soccer.
Yeah, it's horrendous. And they gave up a goal, and the one teammate of Mbappe was kind enough to give Mbappe the goal because he stole the pass and easily could have put it in the net. But instead, he drew one guy over to him and gave it to Mbappe for an even more wide open net. Fortunately, that guy got the 3rd goal. So everybody was happy. By the way, Norway in action. They got a guy who's right now the premier goal scorer in the world. I mean, he's scoring more than a goal a game in all his international competition. This big blonde guy, Holland.
He does look like he could play linebacker, doesn't he?
He does. All right. To me, because he's got it in a bit of a ponytail,
Man bun.
are we going AJ Hawk?
Well, I mean, first off, AJ Hawk's pissed at you right now because you compared him to a guy that has a man bun. But I get what you're saying. I mean, maybe he's more fullback because he's an offensive guy. Maybe he's the guy there for the Niners.
Ooh, Kyle Jursic.
Yeah.
Okay. Are we thinking because of his size, he's more Kittle?
With the hair as well. Yes.
Well, this Holland guy, he scored 2 goals in the first game for Norway. He scored 2 more yesterday in their 3-2 win over Senegal. And Algeria beat Jordan 2-1. You want more stars in action? Ronaldo at 1. Portugal in action. Harry Kane in action at 4 o'clock with England. Panama, Croatia at 7. Colombia and the Congo at 10 o'clock. The last one on.
That's the best game of the day. Colombia is only minus 190. The other, Croatia minus 200, England minus 500, Portugal minus 650 for what it's worth.
Well, I just hope for Ronaldo's sake he scores at least once today, because the abuse he's taking for one below average performance is brutal. But then again, you got all these other stars who are filling the net. Baseball. Rays lost at home. Royals beat them 2-1. Michael Wacha, 7 innings, a 1-run ball. Game took 2 hours, 13 minutes. Thank you very much. Tigers, 4th straight win. Yankees lead is down to 2 in the East. Tigers 5-3 over the Yanks. Jake McCarthy with a bases loaded triple off Aroldis Chapman in the 9th turned a 2-0 deficit to a 3-2 Colorado win. Orioles have won 3 in a row. They beat the Angels 6-1. Blue Jays hit 3 sac flies. Toronto's at 500.
Yes, they are. They're a wild card team as of this morning.
They doubled up Houston 4-2. Marlins snapped their 8-game home winning streak. Texas beats them 4-3. Cubs and Mets were postponed rain. They'll make it up tomorrow. Machado homered for the Padres in a 1-0 win over the Braves. Nats, Foster Griffin pitched into the 8th. They beat the Phillies 4-1. Brewers, Brandon Woodruff off the injured list through shutout baseball. Milwaukee with 2 in the 10th beat Cincy 2-1. Dodgers 2-1 over the Twins. Ohtani homered to lead off the game. Freeman solo homer in the 6th won it. Cardinals are 5 back of the Brewers thanks to their 3-2 win over Arizona. White Sox and Guardians tied atop the AL Central. Sam Antonacci, a walk-off 2-run single with 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th for the Southsiders to tie things up with the Guardians. And finally, College World Series, Oklahoma, 13-2 over North Carolina. They won their first baseball national championship since 1994. And as we approach 7 minutes before the hour, that was the starting 5. 5 big stories you needed to know here on Miller and Moulton.
The Blue Jays make it 6 teams in the American League now with records of 500 or better. They are at 500. The Mariners are a game above 500. Guardians and White Sox each just 3 games above 500. And then the Rays and the Yankees 11 and 15 games above 500, respectfully. Miller and Moulton, as we keep our eye on what is just lousy baseball in the American League. I mean, the Rays haven't played that well lately and are still comfortably leading the wild card by a bunch of games.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Core-Tech and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com. Be brave, be best. Be Cape.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
No!
This summer, there's only one place to experience the roar of the World Cup at the British Open Pub in Bonita Springs, your World Cup headquarters, where the team is bringing every match live, full sound on every TV across the patio, with daily food and drink specials from the opening match on June 11th through the final on July 19th. Catch the electric atmosphere for every England and USA match and all the matches in between at the British Open Pub, Bonita Springs, at the shops of Pelican Landing, where the World Cup comes alive.
This is Miller and Moulton.
And Paula, you were the one that said my city's never boring when we were talking about Dusty May. My point was you can't claim Ann Arbor. Ann Arbor would never, ever want to be associated with Detroit. Not in a million years. Not that pretentious bunch. Well, he won the title 3 times, Ambient. Different game then, not nearly as many goals as there now. I was referring to Detroit when I said shooting. I clearly was. I was making a joke, Paula. I know we can't joke about Detroit. God forbid. Someone asked what Detroit pizza is. And I said it's either about the crust and the sauce or it's about the delivery driver shooting you when delivering you the pizza. It was a joke, Paula. And yes, everybody does refer to Detroit because it was listed as the most violent city in America for what, 30 years? I mean, it's not a knock when it's true. Is it better now? Yes. Does it have a horrible reputation? Absolutely. Would anybody pick it as a spot to vacation? I doubt it.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this Tuesday. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Going to be a big NBA day or two, which for some of you, it's, but then again, for many of you, you actually kind of like the next week or two in the NBA. And then you don't necessarily want to see any games for 6-8 months. Kind of like let you know how things are going at the All-Star break. But this whole off-season intrigue, who we drafting, I'm actually very intrigued tonight by the lottery.
Which of the players that are picked in the top 5 do you think has because they're all considered good? Are there players that you think are franchise changers? I mean, obviously, a Wembanyama, we knew going in changes. Whoever won that lottery was like, holy crap, they have just changed the direction of their franchise for the next 10 to 15 years. Cooper Flag, they hope, can be that type of player. I don't know if that's the case. We will see. But while there are 5 really good players in this draft, are any of them franchise-changing players?
I think DeBance has a chance to be. AJ, the BYU kid?
Right.
Yeah, I think he has a chance to be. I mean, the others, I'm convinced, I don't know if there's a bust amongst the top 5 or 6. I don't think there's somebody that, oh boy, he ended up being a Darko, or, he ended up being a Kevin Knox, or, no, I don't think so. I think that they're all at least good, solid players. But, think about the last couple that have gone at the very top. That's tough to live up to.
Right. This is very deep. I mean, it's 6 players, because I even see now the Illinois kid going 6, and I thought he for sure was a top 5 guy. So we are drafting all 18-year-olds for the most part here. These are all college freshmen.
Yes, we are.
So that's the part of this that I have no idea. I have no idea.
Well, aren't you, let's just say you're the decision maker, Mark. Isn't the Kansas kid the biggest put your job on the line guy, even though some rate him as second best player, okay, at worst third best player? Really? He literally had stamina problems staying in games. He claims they got it figured out once the season was over. So let me get this straight. He couldn't play long periods of time when they played, but when they stopped playing, now he's got stamina? Oh, yeah. Did you check out Kansas's record when he shot the ball more than 15 times versus when he didn't? I mean, to me, that's the kid that I think you're putting your job on the line for, because you're going to spend a top 4 pick on him. He only wants to go to Washington, number 1. So that's the other thing. Let's just say you're at 3, Mark. You going to take this kid? He wouldn't even work out for you. How many times are you going to take the kid 3rd overall in the draft and he's not even going to work out for you? Now, I don't know how big the workout is, but it's got to have some redeeming value, right?
Yeah, I mean, did he meet with all those teams, or did he just would he not even talk to them? Because to me, the workout thing is overrated. It is. If he said, look, I worked out, I'll come meet with you, then I'm fine. Because I'd like to talk to him. I want to, because with any of these players now, and this is maybe me, this is the Clint Eastwood get off the porch line of the day. But what is the thing we question with all young players, seemingly in all sports now? How much do they like it? Whether it's a football draft or a basketball draft, how much do they like the sport? Because the money's obscene. And they've all made a boatload of money just for their 1 year in college. And now they get to make NBA money, which is just unbelievable. If you get to a second contract and it's a max contract, it's game over. And they all know that. So will they even sign it with you is the first thing, because guys now demand out. So I'm with you on the Kansas player. I think you're right on that. To me, Boozer's the safest pick. I like the kid from North Carolina, although, he got hurt late in the year. I don't think that should matter a whole hell of a lot. But Caleb Downs looked like a player that was pretty solid. Or Caleb Wilson, rather. He looked like a really solid player. The Illinois player, I wasn't sure about.
For the record, Darren Peterson is who we're talking about from Kansas. He worked out for the Washington Wizards. They have the number 1 pick of the draft. Okay. And basically whatever they wanted, he did for them. He did a Zoom call with Utah at number 2. He did not do anything with them in person. No work, nothing on the court. Okay. Nothing face-to-face in person, but he did do a Zoom call with Utah at number 2. And for as much as I love my diva wide receivers, okay, they don't become diva wide receivers until they've proven something. I got a problem with this Darren Peterson kid. And I know it's business. Yeah, I get it. But it ain't going to be my business. I don't care. You spend a month in the league. Okay. I'll bet you I could tell in that month whether or not you're going to be pretty good or not, whether you're going to be a bust or not. But you haven't done squat at the next level. Not a damn thing.
What I think is interesting is that you look at the teams with the first 6 picks. The first 2 teams, to me, and I could be dead wrong, David, I don't spend enough time getting nitty-gritty with the NBA because it's just not my favorite league anymore. Right. There was a time that it was. When I was a kid, I think I liked the NBA more than any other league. But Utah's in a position when they draft Abansta here that they could be pretty good next year. They've got some talent that they didn't play. So this tanking thing worked. They got the first overall pick, and they've got some players. You know who else has got some players? The Washington Wizards.
Well, talk about pretty good. You mean to tell me the Wizards can't be a playoff team next year?
Right.
They're going to have Trae Young. By the way, he turned down that player option because apparently he and the Wizards are going to sign a 4-year deal at 53 per. So that's why he turned down the player option at 46. So they're going to have Trae Young. They're going to have Anthony Davis. They've already got this lottery pick from last year who's a good player. And they're going to get the number 1 pick out of a loaded draft. And they've got cap room.
And it's the East. So getting, look, I'm not saying that you're going to be a top 4 team, but to get yourself in the play-in game with that lineup seems reasonable to me, David.
Yes.
And let's be honest, the bottom of the West isn't as good as it was in past years.
No.
So Utah, with whomever they pick and all the players that they sat all year and the moves they made to get better, I mean, remember, they traded for a bunch of guys, then didn't play them.
Correct. Well, they had the best tanking job of the year, I thought. They were the ones who had a 10-point lead mid-4th quarter and took out the guys who had just gotten them the 10-point lead, sat them on the bench for the remainder of the game, and watched their scrubs lose.
And the only reason, not to argue with you, but when you said people get into this time of year, the free agent market in the NBA isn't what it's been in past years. That's usually what gets people excited. So the Giannis trades happened. the draft is tonight. I don't know how much juice this league has past today for the offseason, in which the offseason in the NBA has been pretty fun for the past few years.
Yeah, because are the most exciting, quote unquote, free agents going to be the old guard? Like, how much cachet do we care where LeBron plays next year?
Oh, people care. The NBA fan cares. That one they care about.
But you know what I mean. I mean, KD, LeBron, and a few others. I mean, the sports fan was interested in where they ended up. Okay. Yeah, the NBA fan's going to be interested in LeBron. I'll be very interested if he ends up in Cleveland. Then I'm in. I'm all in on next year if he ends up with Cleveland. If he ends up in Golden State or whatever, whatever.
So you're right. I mean, the LeBron thing will interest. It will be talked about because the league loves to talk about LeBron and the national media loves to talk about LeBron. But there are a lot of fans out there that have LeBron fatigue. They just do. So NBA draft tonight, there is definitely intrigue because if you know how the first 6 are going to go, let us know.
Right. Yeah, this isn't like the NFL draft people who give themselves credit if the guy they selected is picked in the first round. No, 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 no. We need you to put players with teams in the lottery. That's what we need.
But it seems like the BYU kid may end up with Washington. I don't think it's going to be the Kansas kid. I'd take the BYU kid. I know he doesn't want to go to Washington. Don't know what to tell you. Here's where you're playing for the next 4 years. I don't care.
Don't you at least want 10 seconds to sit down and look at him and go, why don't you want to play for us? What the hell do you know about us? Seriously, we suck. So's the team picking second and third. I mean, seriously.
Well, I could see where the BYU kid who's been in Utah may want to stay in Utah and play for the Jazz. That I get. But anybody like Memphis, really? You want to go play for that organization?
Right.
The Bulls? Oh, okay. I mean, if you look at who's picking in the top 6, to me, the top 2 are the 2 best teams in Washington and Utah. Miller and Moulton.
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
The Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
He's second, DC. Yeah, I'm with you. But, Washington picks first. So if he's not the first pick, he's the second pick. To me, he doesn't get past 2. Now, I'm just looking at a mock that's got Boozer going 2, but they've got the AJ kid going 1. So there you go. There's my insight for you. I'm done.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Bobby Marks will join us in 40 minutes time from ESPN. Get all into the NBA. Draft tonight. Giannis trade to the Heat overnight. Who else does he think's getting packaged here? Who would he take number 1, number 2 in a loaded NBA lottery? So a lot to talk with Bobby Marks about. We'll do so at the top of the hour. Gary Sharp will join us from Omaha. He was there for the whole College World Series, broadcasting it on Westwood 1, covering it for the Omaha World Herald. It's been a while. We'll talk to Gary, catch up in a little more than an hour.
A way off the beaten path question for you, David, because every day I check this nationaltoday.com. And there are way too many days for things. We have discovered that every damn thing under the sun has a day.
Right.
Like today. Today is National Porridge Day. And if it wasn't for the story of the 3 bears, I would never have heard of porridge. or maybe the Bob Marley song. They cooked up some cornmeal porridge. That's my two porridge references. I ask you, David, a very simple question. Have you ever eaten or seen porridge?
I don't believe so.
Me either.
I can't answer definitively because I was, as you were going through that little soliloquy and about to ask the question, I was thinking to myself, I don't know if I've ever seen porridge in a grocery store. And you and I do a decent amount of grocery shopping. I used to do a lot more. The wife and I are in a little thing. She wants to do it right now, whatever. But I mean, if the grocery store had it, what aisle should I go to?
Well, I think you would go to where, the oatmeal, the grits, things of that nature are.
Okay.
I guess oatmeal is the most common porridge in the U.S. So essentially, like in the U.K., if they say porridge, it's oatmeal. So I guess porridge is oatmeal. So in that case, I've seen it. I may have tried oatmeal. I find it to be one of the most disgusting blobs that there is on the planet. Like my mother likes oatmeal. I believe my wife likes oatmeal. You couldn't pay me to eat oatmeal.
I'm with you. I don't like everything about it. And I usually am okay with the texture of a food blob. I am. I'm okay with it. Not in this case. I'm not. So hold on a second.
So according to
Porridge.
my quick lookup, porridge is oatmeal. That is
Oh,
oatmeal is the most common porridge in the United States.
okay, hold on a second. Has anybody ever seen on a menu porridge instead of grits? Has anyone ever seen on a breakfast menu porridge instead of oatmeal? I'm asking a series of serious questions here.
Well, I do believe, David, and I don't know if Goldilocks and the Three Bears is a story that began in the UK, because porridge in England is oatmeal here. I mean, just like, the toilet here is the loo there. So, I mean, I think it might just be a word choice. And our uneducated brains did not realize that until I looked it up. I don't remember in my time, and it's, I've not been to Europe since I was 19 years old.
Right.
Spent 6 weeks in England when I was 19. And I don't remember in the dormitory in which I stayed if they referred to oatmeal, if there was even oatmeal, and it was porridge, because I drank nearly every night that I was in the UK and very rarely made breakfast before class.
Right. I mean, you needed to clarify when you said, I don't remember. And then you needed to stop and say, well, quite frankly, there's a lot of that 6 weeks I don't remember. But boom. Is this the reverse metric system?
Excuse me?
The reverse metric system. You know how those of us who went to school in the 70s, we were told you're going to have to learn all of this stuff. That math, we were going to have to do math like the rest of the world. Okay, Milla and Centa and Killa and what it meant and all that. And so we learned the metric system, only to then find out we don't need any of this crap. I want my 5 years of math back. And I kind of have a feeling that this is our joke on the rest of the world, that maybe the rest of the world calls it porridge, and they have a breakfast use for it and a dinner use for it, and we're just laughing at all of them.
Well, I will say, with grams in the metric system, I did learn that 7 grams was a quarter ounce. Just for what it's worth, if that matters to anybody.
Some math does have.
That's all. I mean,
Right.
14 and a half ounce, etc.
Right.
So those are things that, came into play
Right.
At different points in my life. That's all.
Right. And I'm well documented. Those never came into play
Right.
with me. I was a total dork, geek, loser when it came to that stuff.
I do love, it's an older reference, but Bob and Doug McKenzie would do their metric beers, double it and add 30. I always thought that was a fun bit. But yes, so porridge is oatmeal. All right. Now I've learned something today. Probably should have looked that up before the segment. I would have sounded a lot more intelligent than the moron that I came off being during the porridge segment of Miller and Moulton.
Wow. I have never. Do you know how often I've eaten? You know how often I've eaten out? Okay. I have never once in my life had a place substitute porridge for grits or for oatmeal.
Yeah, for oatmeal. I mean, but we call it oatmeal in this country. I guess in England they call it porridge. I may have to go, since England's playing and our home here in Southwest Florida for the World Cup is the British Open pub.
Right.
I may go in there today and say, "Can I have some porridge?"
Yeah, I want feedback from Steve right now, one of the owners operators. Okay, I do.
Well,
Steve,
he's an American. I'm talking to the crowd. I'm talking to the people, David. I'm doing what you like to do. I am going to find out from the English folk that are there, if you order porridge in America, what are you expecting to get? That's all. Because I don't like oatmeal. I don't like cream of wheat. I'm not a hot cereal guy. I love a grit, but that's that isn't really porridge. So I have no problem with grits. Do I like a little cheese in my grits? Yeah, I'd prefer it. But I'm a shrimp and grits guy. Love it. Great meal. So I will find out. I may have to stop by today, 4:00. England playing Ghana in their second game here in the World Cup. So there you have it. That's a porridge breakdown for you. What are you more interested in, the NBA draft or porridge? That's a solid poll question for our audience.
That is, and I don't like the NBA's chances.
Particularly in the 50-plus crowd. You young kids obviously are into the NBA draft. I get it. I understand it. And I don't know about there's intrigue of who's getting taken where. I don't see anybody in the top 6 making a move because I don't know if there's anybody to make a move for. But who gets picked where? Well, there's a little interest there. Miller and Moulton, have some porridge.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Core-Tech and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise. On 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I know the skit, Enzo. It's very funny. I didn't remember porridge being in it, unless you're talking about the metric system part. Yeah, I do remember that. Very good. I think it's a complete joke that he's under fire right now. An absolute joke. I don't care what way anybody leans. This is ridiculous. We're canceling someone because he went to a UFC fight. Get a grip, people. If I do, yes, definitely. If I'm doing like fried eggs, for sure. For sure, Super Joe. I don't know if I've ever had grits and scrambled eggs. I don't think that would be good. I don't think it'd be bad. I just don't like the mix. But yeah, if I'm doing some fried eggs. I can do grits with fried eggs all day long. I would prefer home fries. So if I'm in a restaurant and my choices are home fries or grits, I'm going home fries 99 times out of 100.
And I'd go 100.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. That's when Bobby Marks of ESPN will join us to talk a lot of things NBA. Draft tonight. It's a highly thought of draft. Giannis trade went down between midnight and 1 in the morning. Your sweepstakes winners were the Miami Heat. Although, were they? Or did Milwaukee get an awful lot for a guy who was contractually obligated to them for just 1 more year? And Dusty May leaving Michigan to be the head coach in Dallas. So a lot to kick around with the NBA, and Bobby Marks will help us do that in about 20 minutes' time. Gary Sharp from Omaha talked the recently completed College World Series and a few other things going on in the sports world. And we'll put the heat on Gary. He's been in Nebraska for a while. We'll make him put his reputation on the line and say, when will Nebraska be back?
Right. I'll go with the odds are never. I mean, they can make up, when we go to 24, they can make a playoff, obviously. But win games in the playoff, that's a whole nother story.
See, I think anybody can be back now. Literally anybody. When it was 2 or 4, okay, I could literally say never about a school. Now, I don't think there's a school that fits the bill.
Okay, then in your world, is back making the playoff 1 year? I mean, to me, back is being a perennial playoff team. Like Miami's on the verge of being back. They need to repeat it a couple more years and be a playoff team annually. Then you're back. Making the playoffs, 7 out of 10. You're back. I have difficulty thinking Nebraska in the Big Ten with where all the money is can do that. I mean, even Indiana, when you dig deep, there's a lot of alumni. There's more money there than we realized. Nebraska doesn't have that. So to me, back 7, that's playoff 7 of 10. And I don't know. I have trouble seeing that for the Cornhuskers.
I do too, but I certainly think it's doable.
You know what else seems to be doable? What a few NFL players are talking about since we went football, albeit college. This World Cup's going on right now. It's doing really well. People are watching. David, what surface do they play World Cup matches on?
It's mandated, Mark, that they play them on grass.
Yeah. Are they playing in any NFL stadiums that don't have grass regularly?
Well, Mark, they play in quite a few, actually, that don't.
Right. Some of them are even outdoor. One of them is regarded of having maybe the worst surface in all of sports. The New York, New Jersey Stadium, as it's being called.
Yes.
Over the past couple of weeks and for the next few weeks.
Yes.
But I do have to laugh. George Kittle went on the attack. If you can put grass in MetLife and in SoFi, I think you could do that year-round if you really gave a blank.
There's no doubt.
He's right.
Yeah. Yeah.
He went on to say that if he polled all the NFL players, he thinks 90% would say they want to play on grass and 10% wouldn't care. But I just, I wonder how much we'll hear about that come September if a player or two get hurt at MetLife or SoFi or wherever else.
Mark, I think you have a much better chance of hearing about it whenever, and I don't know when that date's going to be, but whenever the NFL gets really serious about wanting an 18th game and they actually sit down with the Players Association and want to start lobbying. I think the NFL owners secretly are overjoyed. Okay, one, how many of their stadiums are hosting World Cup games and they're making a fortune. Two, they were forced to put in grass by FIFA. FIFA just flat out said, I ain't playing anywhere where there's not grass. And in some cases, they're actually making you take seats out. And then you have to put the seats back in once we're done with our tournament in the third week of July. I think the owners are thrilled about this because now it becomes a bargaining chip. What have I been saying for a long time? This is it for the players. This is it. This is the last frontier. The last thing they have to give the owners is an 18th game. So they should be asking for everything under the sun that comes with the 18th game. And to me, if I'm an owner, I'm like, well, at the end of the day, we'll give them grass. Let them bitch about it. I want them bitching about it every day for the next 2 years. Make it as big a concession as you guys make it sound like it'll be. And then we'll laughingly go along with it for peanuts on the dollar. I do think it'll be insulting. Mark, imagine you forced me to change my field for your tournament. And then when you're done, your best buddy's season begins in 6 weeks, and I'm going to put the turf right back in.
Right. In the sport that is the most popular in our country by combining every other sport, and they're still not to where the NFL is. So the NFL players have taken notice. That's all. And you're right. I'm sure it's just a bargaining chip when they try to get to an 18th game. But it is the other side of this is what really is the NFL trying to do right now? They are trying to get domes damn near everywhere. I mean, Chicago's going to get a dome. Cleveland's going to get a dome. Denver, I think it's retractable, but it's an indoor facility. So more and more, these stadiums are becoming domes. That's what the NFL has decided that the fan wants. And I think the fan largely does. I know we can say it's cool to go to Buffalo and see their fans dig through the snow to go to a football game. I'd rather go to Ford Field in Detroit than outdoors in Buffalo any day of the week.
Now, this may just be my age, but I mean, you and I are on record for a long time now. I mean, at least 10 years. We're on record as saying, yeah, there's no such thing as home anything advantage. Okay. College basketball, that's it. There's a regular season home court advantage in college basketball. Okay. And you and I believe that you do have to take it into account when you're betting and when you're making picks. And we don't take any other home court, ice, field into account for regular season or postseason. We don't. And we have the evidence to prove us right for years now. Years. But Mark, maybe we were living a lie and nobody pointed it out to us. But it seemed as if home field in football meant something in bad weather that the bad weather teams were better in the bad weather.
Well, David, we weren't lying to ourselves. See, I moved to Florida in 1998. 2 years later, you got here. And during that time, one of the NFL teams that we've paid attention to has been unable to win in cold weather at all. So until the Miami Dolphins can go to Kansas City or Buffalo or somewhere of significance, in January and perhaps win a game, because when's their last playoff win, David?
I believe it's New Year's Eve 2000.
There you go. So that is where part of our opinion on this comes from.
And their last cold weather playoff win is the AFC Championship game during their 17-0 season against the Steelers. They won that game in Pittsburgh, although it was unusually mild for that particular date in Pittsburgh. You look at the video, it's a bright, sunny, they're not even wearing jackets on the sidelines day.
So I think that does factor into our thoughts behind that. And as someone points out in the chat room, yes, the fan on television loves to watch a game in the snow.
We love it.
Better ratings.
Oh, much better.
Whether it was the Ohio State-Michigan game that was in the snow, and the guy from the Ohio State band did the Ohio thing, and the Michigan usher there is rubbing it out. I mean, that's great television. The pro game, whether in Lambeau or Buffalo or Chicago, we watch. Yes. But the owners know we're going to watch for the most part anyway. And the owners want to be able to use their stadium for more than 10 games a year.
But if you think about it, for all the home field advantages that Green Bay has had in the last 20 plus years, they've lost a lot of home playoff games with good teams. 1 seeds, 2 seeds. Okay, they've lost a lot of home playoff games. I mean, I don't want to bore you and go through the list off the top of my head, but it's like almost 10. How come Buffalo can't win at home in the playoffs? I mean, they've lost to Kansas City at home this decade. They've lost to Cincinnati at home this decade. Okay? I mean, there's a lot of teams. Now, you get certain fan bases, Mark. Ask a Vikings fan of a certain age. They're convinced that the team has gotten soft the minute it went into the dome.
That may be true. And maybe the Minnesota Viking fan is just flat out tougher than any other fan that's not in Green Bay or Buffalo. But you know what that building's done? Hosted Super Bowls, Final Fours, and all kinds of other events. And that's what matters to the owner.
Yep.
That's what matters. So it is interesting in that, the players have noticed. They played these World Cup games on grass, and they've done it in Houston. That's been a host site where the Texans play. So it can be done in domes. And it would be a little more cost prohibitive, but they've proven that it can be done. I don't know how difficult it will be to haul new grass to a stadium in a northern destination in the wintertime. I'm sure they can figure it out. It's one of my favorite things about the Phil Steele book is not only do they put, whether it's grass or turf, they put the exact type of grass that's in the stadium. Which type of Bermuda it is.
Wow.
And having learned a little bit when the golf course I belong to made a switch, and there's several different types of basically Bermuda grass that they use in southern golf courses. I'm like, I know what this one is versus this one. Like, look at that. I play on that same surface. That's fun. Way to go.
I was going to say, Wait a minute. We're talking football stadiums. This isn't a membership and I'm deciding between this course and this course. Well, it really depends on what type of Bermuda they have, honey.
Right. The celebration's overrated. I'm just telling you that. I'd rather play on something that's a little different. But so I just thought it was interesting that the NFL players are noticing that at New York, New Jersey Stadium, they're playing on grass, because that is really, you don't hear players complaining about SoFi. You do hear them complaining about MetLife Stadium. You
Yep.
do.
And they've complained about the turf and the grass. They've tried grass a few times in that stadium, but that parking lot is 50 years trying to play football in it. Never have NFL players liked what they were playing on in that parking lot. It
You would
took over Philadelphia as being the worst.
Yes, you would think with that Hoffa fertilizer, they'd be able to grow better grass there. But
Totally.
that's not the case. Miller and Moulton. We'll switch gears, get back to the NBA, a big trade, another trade, and the draft tonight. Bobby Marks to talk about it coming up next. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Thanks so much for listening.
The Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512. American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow and Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow and Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow and Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
No!
This summer, there's only one place to experience the roar of the World Cup at the British Open Pub in Bonita Springs, your World Cup headquarters, where the team is bringing every match live. Full sound on every TV across the patio with daily food and drink specials from the opening match on June 11th through the final on July 19th. Catch the electric atmosphere for every England and USA match and all the matches in between at the British Open Pub, Bonita Springs, at the shops of Pelican Landing, where the World Cup comes alive.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Because as we said, home field doesn't matter anymore.
And also because they made many of the fields the same.
Players have
They
played
don't,
in hostile environments throughout their careers now.
yeah, they don't put the road teams, they try to make the visiting facilities very similar to the home facilities.
Travel's better than ever before. Hotels are unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't believe when you went back 50 years. I mean,
It's only the history of the league.
I, you know,
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
and joined once again by Bobby Marks. He's a classy guy because he literally joins us on some of his busiest work days of the year, and he's kind enough to fit us in. He's with ESPN. You can follow him on X at Bobby Marks, the number 42, Bobby Marks 42. Bobby, it's David and Mark. We're very appreciative. How are you?
I'm good, guys. Good morning.
Well, good morning. There's many different places we can go. Let's just go 6-7 hours ago. The Giannis trade. Your thoughts, from whatever angle you want to take it at. Go.
Yeah, I mean, I just thought it could have gone either Miami or Boston. I really thought it was kind of a coin flip. If it was reported at 1 a.m. it was Boston, I wouldn't have been surprised, and I wasn't surprised that it was the Heat, a team that desperately needed a superstar there, a team that's been kind of toying around in the play-in for the last few years, and it comes at a anytime you're trading for a top 5 player, it comes at a cost with the 13th pick in the draft and some future picks and some of your younger players along with Tyler Hero here. So I understand it for both teams. I think Milwaukee with finding clarity here, and then they can kind of rebuild forward. And I think now Miami, as far as getting Giannis to join Bam, still got some work to do as far as with that roster. They've got a bunch of open roster spots. So I totally get it from all sides. I think that the fallout will be interesting as far as what happens in Boston, as far as with Jaylen Brown, who was certainly the player that would have been going to Milwaukee in any type of trade.
Does Jaylen Brown get moved now with this not happening, or is he a Celtic next year?
Yeah, I think this is I guess it's probably a 2-part question here. I think in this case, if you have the ability to go out and trade for a top 5 player like Giannis, then yeah, Jaylen Brown is going to be the guy to be put in a trade here. I think it's, he's got 3 years left on his contract, over $180 million owed. He's extension eligible in late July. I don't think Boston was not shopping him outside of in this particular trade here. It will be interesting as far as if it opens up the floodgates a little bit for teams to be a little bit more active, whether it be a team like Portland, for example, here or Houston. But I think the price tag is still going to be high, knowing that you've got Brown under a controllable contract, but you've got some relationship repairing. I would think you'd have to do, just because whenever you have a player's name and a deal, it's kind of, sometimes it's hard to walk back from there.
Tonight, how many franchise changing players do you think there are? Or is it just we've got 6 or 8 really good ones when we look back 5-7 years from now?
You know what? I was fortunate to be part of the '96 draft. Well, it was my second year in New Jersey. I thought that draft was the best, and it could still be with Iverson and Marbury and Ray Allen and Steve Nash and Kobe amongst the elite guards here. I think this draft has the potential to be that way. I think there's two ways to look at it. The top four is special with AJ DeBonsa, Darren Peterson, Cameron Boozer, and Caleb Wilson. And then what we'll see when you're watching it tonight was we'll probably likely see a run of guards from 5 to 9, 5 to 10. And I think the guards in this draft are as good as we've seen with Darius Acuff from Arkansas and Kingston Flemings from Houston here. And then there's the bigs with the bigs from Michigan with Johnson, Mara, and Lindenberg here. So I do think this, I think this draft could turn out a bunch of all NBA type players, certainly up top. I think a lot of all-star quality players that could come out of here. I think if you're picking in the top 18, top 19, you're going to you'll walk away with a really good player.
All right. What guy of the top four worries you the most? We've wondered about Peterson just with the durability factor. So that's our pick. If you look at the top four, who's the guy that's going to cost a GM the job if it doesn't go right? If you know what I mean.
It's probably Peterson, but I have him as probably the best available. So I guess when you look at it, I think he's the most talented out of the players. But yes, there was an uneven year. Certainly at Kansas, as far as his availability here, that would be a little bit of a concern. But he's gone through, the scouting process, the medical information, everything in between, and everything like that. So yeah, I guess I mean they're all really good players here. I mean, I think if I was picking out one, I'd be thinking about Cameron Boozer. But Darren would if I had to pick one out of the four here, it would probably be Peterson.
Okay, how concerning, or is it not? It's just overblown that Peterson told everybody not named Washington, don't bother calling me. I'm not interested. And I guess he did, he did a video thing with Utah, and that's it. I mean, if I'm number 3, I got to be honest. Maybe it's the Jersey in me. I'd tell him to blank off. Isn't that a damn thing in this league? Okay. I know. I'm curious. Does it matter? Because we debate this in football all the time, whether the guy works out for you or not. Does it matter?
It doesn't. It doesn't. I think, listen, Utah went through it last year with Ace Bailey, who didn't go there and work out and didn't want to go work out in Utah. And they wound up picking him, I think, at 5 or 6. I think what matters is the makeup of the person as a human being. I think the physicals are important. Before the CBA started and this new one in 23, like the physicals, the medical wasn't as available, and now every player has to go to the combine here. So I don't look into it as much. If a player doesn't come, I think I'm going to trust my scouts. I'm going to trust the intel. I'm going to trust the background, everything in between here. So with, listen, Darren Peterson and his parents think he's the best player in this draft. And he showed it that basically the Wizards was the only team that he wanted to go visit here. And now the Jazz have to, if he's there at number 2 and you're staring at him and Cameron Boozer, they've got a decision to make as far as how he fits with the group.
Well, that's the other thing we were discussing, Bobby, is when you look at AJ and you look at Peterson and Boozer, but look at the teams. The Wizards have some talent there. They just locked Trae Young in. They've got Davis. Yep. I mean, they had a lottery pick last year. The Jazz sat all these good players to tank. So when you look at the top 5, 6 teams, who are the teams that these players could turn into the playoff team a year from now? Because we see it as the Wizards and the Jazz. Who do you see it as?
Yeah. No, they did. They made 2 big moves at the deadline. We call it pre-free agency, where you basically get your house in order, 5 or 6 months before free agency hits. And when you have the Wizards and you just you're going to resign Trae Young. And then if you add DeBonsa to a front court, that's Anthony Davis and Alex Sarr, and you've got a lot of young players. And then with Utah, when you have Jaren Jackson Jr., you'll probably resign Walker Kessler. You can add Peterson or Boozer. You've got Lauri Markkanen in here. So I would say those 2 teams. I think the Clippers at 5 is intriguing. just based on where they were a year ago, and adding a top 5 pick here. But no, you're right. I think the biggest thing, and I think we always say in the offseason, all these teams look good on paper. The biggest thing for me is that these teams got to learn how to win. That's the biggest thing for a Wizards team that is better, but started the season 1-15 and was 1-26 to end the season. So there's not much and hasn't played together as a group. So you got to get comfortable stringing along together wins and everything. And you can say the same thing about Utah there.
So do you hire a veteran coach who maybe at first will get you to 500, if you know what I mean? I mean, do you bring in a Tibbs to get you to 46-36 and then 3 years down the road, go get you the next guy?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's going to be an interesting thing as far as, what to watch here. Certainly, Tibbs is a great coach. I think he's a great program builder here. As far as I think it's based on how these teams probably get out of the gates. Will Hardy in Utah is not going anything, but Brian Keefe in Washington is kind of a relative unknown, and has been basically handling a rebuilding team for the last couple of years here. So we'll wait and see as far as what happens maybe during the season, but I wouldn't expect anything right now.
Dusty May to Dallas. 1, do they take a Michigan? Do they take a Michigan guy now at 9? And 2, just your thoughts on Dusty May to the NBA.
I love him as a human. I think he's got a great personality. I think he's got a great demeanor. I think he would be great within that locker room. I lived through it in '96 in New Jersey when we hired John Calipari from UMass, and it was different then. Cal was 34, 35. You go from college to pros. There's a concern. Pitino went to Boston. 82 games a long season, then 35, 40. I think in college now it's a business. You're basically, you're putting a roster together every year. And I think, when you talk to all the Michigan players, they loved playing for him. Now they've got a decision at 9. Where do they go guard and basically have the heir apparent to potentially Kyrie Irving? Do you go big? Do you get a stretch 4? Is it Perez Johnson? Jaxel Lendenberg yesterday during his press availability said, "Hey, pick me at 9." So that's the good thing, is that Dusty has coached these guys and has played against these guys, so he'll have a wealth of information as far as to give that Maverick front office.
It figures to be a wild offseason, not as rich in free agency as normal, so teams may have to do more big trades than normal. Do you have somebody who you think's going to get traded that no one's talking about?
Yeah, I mean, I've kind of circled as far as what the Clips at the deadline. They started going younger. They flipped James Harden for Darius Garland, got 10 years younger with that. I'm interested to see what happens with Kawhi Leonard, who's going into the last year of his contract. He's extension eligible for 2. We're still waiting on the league to find the ruling on the investigation for salary cap circumvention. So that's something also to keep an eye on here. But I think Leonard is the guy that I've circled. There's a ton of guys. You're right. This is not a summer of great free agents, but there is a ton of all NBA MVP type players that are extension eligible. And I think what the fallout of that will be could probably lead to the market opening up for some trades.
Bobby, we meant it at the beginning. You make yourself available to us on some of your busiest days of the year, and we are very appreciative of that. Have a great day and week and then summer, and hopefully we can catch up soon.
Appreciate it, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Bobby Marks of ESPN, talking tonight's draft, talking free agency, future deals. NBA is going to be fun for the next 3 weeks. Even
And
for
it'll be
people
fun
who
tonight.
don't like it.
Yeah, it'll be fun tonight and actually tomorrow, because all the seniors are going in round 2.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CapeCoralPolice.com. CCC 1332512.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000 depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Floormeisters just doesn't sell Core-Tech and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I was just looking at the second round mock to see who the players are, how many I recognize first. But it is fascinating if you go look at how few teams have second round picks. Like the Knicks have 3. The Spurs, I think, have 3. It is crazy the number of teams that just have a plethora of third round picks. The Wizards have 3. The T-Wolves have a couple. The Bulls have a couple. I mean, there are so many teams that don't have a second round pick. That's crazy. the Norway rowing in Times Square is one of the best things I've ever seen. And the making fun of the yoga people while they were all in Times Square or Central Park, wherever they were doing yoga, was absolutely sensational. One of the funniest videos I've ever seen. Every part of this, I am all in. The way that the world has embraced our country. Apparently, I saw a video yesterday that there were Scotland fans in Fort Myers. Now, the Marlins game last night was epic because they were all at the Marlins game. But apparently, because it's not cheap to stay in Miami, so some Scottish people have decided there was a girl that had it, like, what are you doing here? It's like, the game's in Miami. But so they're all over the state of Florida. Hope they show up at the British Open pub and we get a brawl today. That would
totally.
Here we go. I got something here.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks to Bobby Marks of ESPN for joining us last segment. Talking a little NBA. Giannis is a member of the Miami Heat. Mark, I don't know if you've received any feedback in the text line. Have not gotten a lot of Heat feedback on Twitch and YouTube. And I'm curious, a lot of Heat fans have been pounding the table for 2+ years wanting a deal of some kind. Well, here's your deal. Did Riley get it right? Did he get it wrong? Did he wait too long? Just curious.
I think most people are curious of the latter. Did he wait too long? I mean, Giannis played in 30-some games last year and played less than 30 minutes a game. He was terrific when he played. He just didn't play very much. So I think the too late part has the Heat fan concerned, and they're not saying a whole lot. You kind of chuckled when I went to break, but David, there are like 19 to 20 some odd seniors that are expected to be taken in the second round tomorrow. Like tonight's all freshmen for the most part. Tonight's young guys. Tomorrow, the experienced college guy will get taken in the second round. But there's a good chance that your team doesn't have a pick. Because as I was going through the second round during the break, it is amazing how many teams have multiple picks. The Knicks have 3. The Kings have a few. The Bulls have a couple of picks. The Spurs have, I believe, 3. It is absolutely crazy how few teams pick in the second round. Washington's got, I think, 3 after having the second overall pick. So it's a crapshoot in the second round, but I like, having a few rolls at the dice as opposed to not having any.
Okay. And there are, like Oklahoma City, we know, they, just like in the NFL, Mark, we always chuckle at the teams who seemingly have 3 7th-round picks every year. They just like having them. Kind of like, no, we're going to make sure we get a couple of the guys and we don't have to battle, in drafted free agent territory for them. And then it's kind of like, to me, NBA teams who hold on to their second-round picks or acquire them. Oklahoma City seemingly has 3 every year.
Yeah, they just have 1 this year, but I know the point you're getting. It's strange how few teams will have second-round picks tomorrow night. I mean, literally, of all the teams in the NBA, there's probably 10 that don't have a second-round pick. That just think about that. If that happened in the NFL, people would lose their minds.
Yes,
that's all. David, your sister from another mister retired yesterday.
Excuse me?
Linda Cohn. We had her on the show once. You two got along tremendously well because the two of you root for the same teams. You are, Rangers and Mets are above your football team and basketball team in New York. And I remember when we had her on, the two of you, I could have just sat back because the two of you just started chatting, and I laughed at how well the two of you got along. But she's 66 years old. She's had a hell of a career.
Amazing.
And they, it seemed to me for a while, ESPN really tried to push her out and didn't allow her to do much of anything. And despite that, she stayed on longer than a lot of almost damn near originally. I mean, she's as close to an original ESPN person as there is. What, 40 years with the network?
I think it's like mid-30s. I thought she broke in 92. She just sat down and did a long interview with Rich Eisen, who I guess got ESPN's permission to essentially do This Is Sports Center.
Right. And he's
And-
interviewed everybody.
Right. But like Linda Cohn was number 4. She's getting the whole episode, I believe. Dan Patrick got an episode. Chris Berman got an episode. And I think he's going to do like 8 or 10 of them. This is Sports Center. And there was a funny clip in which she did hours worth of work one night and none of it appeared on the air because it was her job to, I guess, be ready in studio the night of OJ's slow Bronco chase. And so they were going as if they were live, and apparently nobody saw any of it.
But Linda Cohn never, she was a sports, like it was obvious from day one that she didn't get into sports because they needed women in sports. She got into sports because she loved sport. She was a college goalie. And that always came through. And I guess I always liked her because she liked hockey. And if you liked hockey and you knew right away when she was doing hockey highlights, I had no idea early on that she played goalie in college. I had not a clue. But I knew when she was doing hockey that 1, she was a Ranger fan, and 2, she knew the game. It wasn't something she had to fight to get through, where a lot of anchors fight to get through hockey, men and women. It's not their first sport. It's not their second sport. Hell, it's not their 8th sport. So as a hockey person, I always liked her. I always thought, well, she's just a fan. And you're right, 92 she came in. So there are, the original Sports Center people, but she's done Sports Center more than anybody else, I guess. And it is an amazing career. Amazing career.
You're right, by the way, because first off, they kind of begged her to go to LA when ESPN went all in on LA studios and we're going to make the late Sports Center from LA. And they kind of begged her. And as fate would have it, she was going through a divorce and her kids were of a certain age and it worked for her personally and professionally. So she did it. Well, then they abandoned LA and she and a few others are stuck out there. She's like, well, this sucks. Now I know she's got some hockey deals on the side, and I don't just mean weekly appearances on NHL Network Radio. I mean, I think she did some Kraken radio and a few other. So she's involved in some hockey games, but only really as a glorified freelancer. So I'm curious if she's retiring, or is she going to put in her last 3 to 5 years being associated with a team? And you're right, if you know her at all, I mean, her team is the Rangers.
But she's 66. So a wonderful career. We only had her on the show one time. She was terrific. She was great. I mean, she really was. She's as nice as can be. I've never heard anybody say a bad word about her. And she's definitely a trailblazer in women's broadcasting, if you will.
Well, she was the only one who was a regular Sports Center host. Robin Roberts probably would have gone down as one, okay, but she wanted to, when that Good Morning America job opened up, she apparently mowed down everything in her path to get it. She wanted it. She knew she wanted it forever, blah, blah, blah. So Linda Cohn, I mean, would you rank her as the number one female personality in ESPN history?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
She told Rich Eisen she was always jealous. She never got a regular partner. And she said, you had Stu, Dan had Keith, and, there was the late night guys. And she said, I was, fill in the blank.
David, she was, since I'm going to go Mets for you here, even though he started as a Tiger, she was Howard Johnson. She was a utility player. She could work with any of them when they needed him. But Linda Cohn's last show coming up after she's doing the 11 o'clock Sports Center after the NHL draft, and that's it apparently. Miller
Okay.
and little talk, little wayback machine of Linda Cohn, who retires this week from ESPN.
The Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I don't even know who Cindy Brunson is, Tim. I really don't. It's funny to me, Left Twix, Hannah Storm did so much more than ESPN. I don't think of her in the same light as Linda Cohn. She's terrific at what she does. I guess I think of her of even, I don't know about bigger, just different.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, she did the CBS morning show, news, for 5 years, Hannah Storm. Plus, she left CNN for NBC. I mean,
She was NBC. To me, she's NBC before ESPN, and that's just in my brain. Probably wrong, but that's just in my brain.
I don't think so because, she was a part of the Olympics. NBC got her just in time to, give her some good Olympic viewership. God, when Kornheiser got suspended for saying what he said about Hannah Storm.
What did he say?
He first off described her she wore a short plaid skirt, and he said something about she's trying to be a schoolgirl. But then, like the next day, he described her short, tight outfit as a sausage casing. He got 2 weeks.
Tim, I don't pay attention to the name. I don't know who 90% of the broadcasters are. I really don't. I know a few of the big ones. If I'm watching a, fourth level college football game, the odds are I don't know by voice who's doing it. I don't care anymore. I'm watching the game. The announcers don't matter to me.
Cindy's
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till Gary Sharp's going to join us at the top of the hour. He was doing what he normally does late spring into early summer. College baseball, College World Series. It's based out of Omaha, so it works out pretty well for him. We'll talk to Gary about Oklahoma winning their first natty in over 30 years.
Every time you say Oklahoma, I want to do the Steve Martin. Oklahoma, Oklahoma, Oklahoma.
I just still get a chuckle out of the SEC and their fan bases claiming some of the schools that they now rightfully claim. But nothing's been funnier than the Big Ten. And it seemed as if whoever was programming the Big Ten network over the years, they waited about 3 minutes and 19 seconds until after the ink dried on the paperwork, in which all of a sudden you could start showing best of Big Ten highlights, and it could be 1994 Nebraska. I mean, I've just always enjoyed, SEC fan who's been feeling bad about themselves, They haven't been winning the natties and the sports that they want to win in. But hey, Oklahoma came through for us. And it's like, come on. You guys don't really count Oklahoma. You just count them when they give you a click of some kind. When they grab one of the 5 playoff spots, click. Oh, they won the baseball natty? Oh, okay, we'll take that. Yeah, click.
I will say, news, I think it was yesterday. Actually, I'm sorry, it was last week. But that SCORE Act made it out of committee. Big Ten and SEC are still against it.
Right.
But the first time with their opposition and some language in there, it didn't even make it out of committee. It's now made it out of committee. And I wonder if it has the ability to pass because, let's be honest, there are a lot of people in those seats that are in either SEC or Big Ten country. And how they will vote, to me, will affect whether or not it can pass.
Well, Ted Cruz is one of the big pounders of the table on the Senate side. And he's from Texas, obviously. And he's also very much in line with the president on a lot of things. And the president wants this. This is where don't laugh. All right. The midterms are going to have a lot of effect on a lot of things. One of them is it's going to change some votes here. Some people are not going to get reelected. This redistricting is going to put some people who are for something against some people who are against something. And so I'll be curious, Mark, whether or not, college sports and the politics behind it, I will be curious. Will it make out well or will it make out badly? Listen, Miller and Moulton, we don't do politics on the show. It's not our intention to do it now. But for what it's worth, and we've talked about this, Miller and Moulton pay a great deal of attention to the politics in this country.
Moulton does. I quit. I can honestly tell you I don't care anymore. Shame on me.
But I'll say this. If it was ever offered to us to do a news show, we could do it. I'm just telling you that right now. We could. Anyway, I'm very curious about something generic. Remember, the conservative Republicans thought when they got the NCAA and what they were advocating for before the Supreme Court, well, this is going to be a good day for us. Yeah, 9-0 against.
Right. I mean, that shocked everybody because, as you know, and I'm still aware enough to realize it's difficult to think that court could be 9-0 on anything.
Correct.
That's not being political. That's just being factual. And it was 9-0 against the NCAA.
Right. And it's been largely 9-0, 8-1, 7-2 for just about everything for 15 plus years now. Now, I'm curious. Let's just say one party loses 30 seats in the House, as some people are predicting. Is that good for those that want the college sports legislation passed or not? Seriously.
Well, I mean, I will say in committee, the Democrats voted for the bill. 2 Republicans voted against it for what it's worth. That again, I'm just giving you actual votes. I am not going political here. I want you to understand it. That's how committee went. So it will, but as some are predicting, they've been predicting wrong in these elections for quite some time.
Oh yeah, this is like the 18 inches of flurries that we all got growing up. It's like, wow, it's going to be a hell of a snow week that we have here. So I'm very curious. This is what I'm paying attention to, these votes coming out of committee, because I don't know which side is on what side of these bills?
And is it state by state? Is it SEC votes, Big Ten votes versus the rest of the country?
Right.
Ted Cruz is from Texas, but that's more Big 12 country than SEC country. So I don't know. Right. And, the other side of this is, are they going to push this through before November? Probably. So I don't know if midterm elections will have any effect on this whatsoever. I don't think it'll take that long, for what it's worth. But
And I expect them not to get anything accomplished, because that's only 4 or 5 months from now. And these guys can take 5 years,
but this one's important to it. This is the grandstand. I'll bet you right now this is voted on before midterm.
Here's my prediction. Passes the Senate, never comes up for a final vote in the House.
All right. There you go. Speaking of, decisions, we found out finally that Sorsby filled out his paperwork for the supplemental draft.
Okay.
Raj has not made a decision yet. Now, in watching a little bit of the talking heads yesterday at the NFL level, they all seem to think that he's going to implement a supplemental draft. There are people who believe that Sorsby could be a second round supplemental pick. I think they're nuts. I think they're effing nuts. I think this is trying to get clicks. It's so stupid to say that he's a second round pick.
I can't imagine any kid who has character issues, behavioral issues of any kind, being a second round supplemental pick. You're not picking against the other 31 teams. You're not. 20 of them ain't going to pick anybody in the supplemental draft. They're not. Very few teams even participate in these things over the years.
So that's the other, I guess that's probably the biggest NFL news that will happen unless somebody gets arrested, which, by the way, Geno Smith did not have a good day yesterday. And from the look of it, this is wow. This is, at appearances, David, this is awful.
Yes. Yes. Uh-huh. This is like, tell me what the damage is with his contract for when I cut him. Yes. Mm-hmm.
So
or I may not cut him. I may just wait for Raj to do his stay of execution game, which will take months, in which he won't count on our books during that time. Mark, this is how bad a day it was yesterday for him. They were talking about the Jets drafting the Texas Tech kid to bail them out of their situation.
Well, you've got the Browns and the Jets, as far as Sorsby goes. You've got people who have brought up, do the Bucks draft him to put pressure on Baker Mayfield? I think that's laughable.
Totally laughable.
Pittsburgh, Atlanta. There are teams out there that have quarterback issues. So could it be a day 2 draft? I wouldn't personally, but I could see a day 3 draft pick for Sorsby. I guess, it's seemingly the people who are in the know in the NFL think Raj is going to have a supplemental draft this year. We've not had one in a couple of years. I think it's an interesting precedent for a commissioner to have a supplemental draft for someone who's addicted to gambling. The optics of it look terrible to me.
Well, Goodell's optics on gambling, there's literally not an issue that he's more of a hypocrite on than this. If I'm Tony Romo, every time I see Goodell, I literally can't wait for it to just come out of my mouth and go, going to suspend me for that fantasy football league, huh?
So those are some football things that are out there right now. Geno Smith, the supplemental draft. And then obviously from the college standpoint, we do have the SCORE Act that got through committee last week and what happens next. David gave his prediction that it gets through the Senate, but the House never votes on it. I think it gets voted on in both before the midterms. I do.
Do you remember a year and a half ago when Seattle moved on from Geno Smith and decided to put their eggs in the Sam Darnold basket? How mixed a lot of people were on, is Seattle making the right decision? Because Sam Darnold had just gone 14-3 with the Vikings, but his last two games looked terrible. They lost them both. And Seattle makes the decision that he'll take us to the next level. Geno's a 9-10 win quarterback. Sam will take us to the next level. And a good many people said, did you guys watch the season finale against Detroit and the wild card game against the Rams? Because we did. They were like 2 of the 10 highest rated games of the year. Did you guys watch them, though? You did? You did. You didn't fall asleep during them? You remember, you watched the whole games? Huh. Okay. Now think about that year and a half.
And here we are heading into this year, by the way. And David, it's not sleepless in Seattle, but we are sleeping on Seattle. I mean, they won the Super Bowl. I don't recall a time a Super Bowl champ has been talked about less heading into the season defending their Super Bowl championship. I mean, they're not even expected to come close to winning their division. We've already given the division to the Rams, the 1 seed to the Rams, and they are going to be playing at home Super Bowl this year.
You are correct, Mark. In fact, I'm insulted that you even brought him up as a topic.
I didn't. You did.
Sorry. I thought I was bringing him up in a negative way. I guess it wasn't negative enough.
Well, no,
it wasn't.
You brought him up. I didn't have anything else to say about Geno Smith, Sam Darnold, so I brought up the fact
Mark,
that they're pond scum right now. And
Mark, you know what?
Super Bowl.
You bring up a great point, and I can't believe we didn't figure this poll question out yesterday. But it really should be the question that we answer going forward. Who's a bigger piece of blank, Wyndham Clark or the Seattle Seahawks?
Ooh. How about the golf guy yesterday basically saying Long Island shouldn't be allowed to host anything ever again? Just pointed out at Bethpage how awful the crowds were. And now and they've got a PGA. He says they should take the PGA away from Bethpage. Won't happen.
What's it like 5-7 years from now, I think?
Yeah. So we'll switch gears and go to Omaha and find out when Nebraska, if ever, will be back. Gary Sharp next.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. FloorMeisters.com. CCC 1332512.
Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Core-Tech and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
The
sound.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. Capecops.com. Be brave, be best. Be Cape.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This summer, there's only one place to experience the roar of the World Cup at the British Open Pub in Bonita Springs, your World Cup headquarters, where the team is bringing every match live, full sound on every TV across the patio with daily food and drink specials from the opening match on June 11th through the final on July 19th. Catch the electric atmosphere for every England and USA match and all the matches in between at the British Open Pub, Bonita Springs, at the shops of Pelican Landing, where the World Cup comes alive.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Well, Sean, I will say the committee vote did not. I mean, the committee vote the Senate committee vote on the Sports Act was 6 Democrats said yes, and 2 Republicans said no. So, I mean, maybe there's other info out there, but what I just saw was not bipartisan. I think it passes. I'm actually with you. I think it passes both. But the Senate committee was 6-2, and it was completely partisan for what it's worth. Hey, Gary, how are you?
Mark, how are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Great to see you back in the studio.
Well, home studio now.
Yes.
I've completely I've got the equipment now. I've got the Comrex. I've got everything I need to get it to the satellite company. So my walk is up a flight of stairs in the morning. It is a beautiful thing, Gary.
Well, that is awesome. That is awesome. I get to periodically, probably once a week, I'll listen in. So I'm glad that you're back home. So
Yeah, it's very good to be home. That is for certain.
that is awesome.
How are things with you?
Good. Busy. About a month into this new job, so doing a lot of different stuff and kind of learning as we go. And now it's kind of that lull, about a 5 or 6 week lull. It was funny last night. People in the press box were talking about media days. I mean, media days are like right around the corner for football.
I know.
Yeah,
When my Phil Steele book arrives, I know we're getting close, Gary.
Yeah. Hey, do you guys, there's a guy that is a frequent guest of mine, and you probably have had him on, Brett Ciancia from Pick Six Previews.
No, we have not had him on.
He's based in He's based in Philadelphia. He does a great job.
Okay.
I'll send his information David's way.
That would be great. Thank you.
Yeah. I saw Ken Kavanaugh. He comes up here for the series every year. Saw him the other night.
Yeah,
so he sends his best.
Yeah, he texted me that he was up there. He listens and offers opinions a lot about the show.
Yeah, I gave him my full opinions on FGCU hiring a guy that has no fundraising background to replace him.
Here we go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Final hour of the show, and we begin it with an old friend of the show, Gary Sharp, who's been in Omaha for a while now. Well, he's been doing the whole College World Series things for Westwood One and a few other things for Westwood One. Now you're with the newspaper, right? You're broadcasting, you're writing, you're multi-dimensional now, right? You're not just a talker, you're a thinker.
Yeah, I'm a writer, which is very, very scary because I've never done that before, but I have to come up with a column by noon today. So if you guys have any ideas that don't involve Giannis or the College World Series, I'm all ears.
All right.
Well, it's funny. We were just into this SCORE Act getting through committee last week and what happens because obviously, I'm interested because I would think Nebraska of Big Ten teams would be all for some sort of litigation, congressional decisions on spending in college because I don't look at Nebraska the same way I look at Ohio State, Oregon, and some of the ones that spend all kinds of money. And while the Big Ten wasn't for this, and neither was the SEC, was it unilateral along the conference as far as you know, Gary? Or are there schools like Nebraska we need this?
I think it's unilateral, Mark. What the point you just made about a school specific like Nebraska would make sense. I mean, I think at the end of the day, everybody wants guardrails. They want to be governed, but then they don't want to be governed. But I think in the Big Ten, I think the Big Ten and the SEC are all pretty strong together. I just think Nebraska doesn't have, quote unquote, their sugar daddy of somebody like a Mark Cuban that's like, hey, you need that quarterback over there, we'll go get you. But you also have to realize that Nebraska is a state of 1.9 million people, and those people that have a lot of money that would be in that ballpark to buy you a roster, they've been tapped. I don't know where this is going. It's kind of, we do, and you guys love the sport. We do Saturdays so good in college football. But man, outside of Saturdays, we can't get out of our own way. We can't find those people that love the sport like we do. So I don't know where this is going, but I don't think we're going to a super league, but boy, we're going to butt some heads in a major way.
Oh, I think it's either going to end up super league or it's going to end up super league within the league.
Yeah.
Okay. That, there's no way that Minnesota is going to get to keep as much money as Ohio State. Okay, they're going forward 5 years from now. I just don't believe the next TV deal that the fighting from within will be just as bad as the fighting across conferences. Well, how about this for a column idea? It's not really where I wanted to go. I'm sure you've done it in some way, shape, or form, but there's been a lot of championships won in the last 2 years, pro and college, by schools and teams who hadn't done squat for a long time. So I guess the question is, well, okay, Nebraska. I mean, like Mark said, I asked him, when will Nebraska be back? He said, well, you have to define what's being back. And to him, that's being a playoff team 7 out of 10 years.
I would agree. I in contention to be in the playoffs 7 out of 10 years, I think is realistic. I think it's definitely realistic.
I think Mark was harder. I think Mark was like, no, making the playoffs 7 out of 10, particularly since we believe it's getting to 24. But like, to me, because listen, I'm a Knicks fan.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think they were winning a title in my lifetime. No, I didn't.
Yeah.
I'm not.
That's fair.
I'm not
That's
dumb.
fair.
I'm not dumb. I've seen it happen elsewhere. I watched the whole European soccer and Man City come from the outhouse to the penthouse. I mean, no, I've seen it all. It just wasn't happening to my team. Sorry, they've been too bad for too long. Their track record's too terrible. I mean, is Nebraska's act really that much not together that they're never going to be Nebraska again?
Well, and again, you define what is Nebraska, because they had the greatest run in the history of college football back in the 90s in a short amount of time. And I think this fan base has done a good job of that's never coming back. But they just want competent football. They want Saturdays. David, you saw Nebraska last year in person. They just want Saturdays that look normal, that they're able to compete with teams that are in their neighborhood, like an Iowa, a Minnesota, Michigan State coming up at the end of September. Those kind of programs where they say, hey, we're a developmental program, but we like to spend a little money. I think Nebraska sometimes, and Nebraska's had some bad hires. Okay, they've had some bad hires, either athletic directors, presidents, chancellors, and of course, football coaches that, they just don't hire the right person. And we've seen, whether it be with U.S. men's soccer or Indiana, you hire the right guy, and if it works out, it's limitless on what you can do. So I think there's a lot of the missteps along the way by Nebraska, but there's no reason that they should not be competing. And I don't want to sound like I'm braggadocious or my head's in the sand. I just think the resources that they have at their fingertips in the conference that they play in, that they should have more of a presence. But that's on the current people that are inside of the program to get better. And this is a huge year here, guys. It's really interesting. Football is kind of muted around here. Men's basketball had this historic run in Lincoln. Football has kind of been an afterthought. And they've got a tough schedule this year where they get Indiana, Oregon back-to-back. They play Ohio State in November. They don't really have a tough non-con. Their first Big Ten game is the end of September, as I alluded to, at Michigan State. But it's like, people are like, you know what? Okay, the year three Matt Rule bump didn't happen. I guess it's not going to happen. Did Nebraska hire a 500 football coach? So there's a lot of questions here, but football is not it drives the content of what we all do. But in terms of fans, they're like, hey, hit me when I'm in September. They're not drinking the Kool-Aid. So that's kind of a scary thing, but this is a big, big year for football to either get to 7 wins with the schedule or surprise some people. That's all anybody wants, is to have that year where you go, oh, wow, that was so enjoyable because you did things I wasn't expecting. And that hasn't happened here for a long time.
Well, and that happened in basketball. And someone was quick to point out with me, Gary, because I was talking about schools that the conference move hurt them the most. And Nebraska has to be on that list. But there are others, and just, obviously the 2 LA schools, UCLA in particular, this has not worked out well for them. But someone was quick to point out to me that, hey, Nebraska, baseball team good, softball team good. The basketball team was historically good for Nebraska. So has the Big Ten worked besides football, or is football all that really matters at the end of the day?
Well, that's the driving force. That's number one. But they have been competitive in the other sports. It's, Nebraska got, and it was funny because being around Oklahoma people last night, and we both shared our disdain for Texas and what Texas did to the Big 12, first to drive Nebraska out, and then eventually for OU and Texas to go into the SEC together, is Nebraska got into the Big Ten because of their football program, and they haven't upheld their end of the bargain. They were supposed to be, like top 3 or 4, and they just have not been able to do that. And they're kind of like just hanging on. And while they're kind of hanging on 15 years into this league, guys, the Big Ten's kind of moved on. There are some new big boys that are in this league. The league has expanded since Nebraska came into it. So it's a really weird balance around here of where Nebraska fits, what they want, where they want to go. I think they know where they want to go, but they haven't been able to achieve it on the football side. And now you get compared to all those other sports, even though I don't think it's a fair comparison. It's like, well, if Fred Hoiberg can win a NCAA tournament game for the first time ever, how come football can't win 8 games? Well, we'll see. That's why keep an eye on Lincoln in the fall of just where they're going, because I think they got 7 wins in them, but that would be 3 straight years of just winning 7 games.
He's Gary Sharp, Omaha World Herald, Westwood 1. Follow him on X at Gary Sharp _ at the end, Gary Sharp, and then _ All right, the College World Series that just came and went. It was a fascinating tournament. A lot of big boys didn't even make it to Omaha. An unseeded team, if you will, winning the whole thing. I know they're a big name and all, but this was a wild year, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's I think it's one of the better stories in college athletics in a while. It shows you the power of the SEC to have 7 straight national championships by 7 different programs, and you could have an 8th if a pop-up between 3 Razorbacks in foul territory in the 9th inning against Oregon State is caught. Then you'd have 8 straight SEC programs with 8 different winners. This is an Oklahoma team, and it shows you the power of the league, or just using your league to get into the tournament. And then once you're into the tournament, use what your experiences on SEC weekends to help you when it's winner take all kind of environments. They finished 11th in their league. They were preseason 14th. They have the next worst last stadium in the league. They don't spend as much NIL as like Arkansas, who has 0 national championships, but baseball is, front and center in Fayetteville. For them to go on this kind of run when they were down 8-2 at Georgia Tech, and then they were down a couple other times by multiple runs, and for them to have this run and like just pound teams here in Omaha, I think it's one of the better college stories of late of how this team got in, they got hot, and they're really, really good. And what it does for their program now, because, football is king at Oklahoma. They have other sports. Softball has won championships. Women's gymnastics is one of the great programs in that sport. Is what does it do for baseball? Is now do they get an influx of money? Are they here to stay? But it was funny. Last night, a good friend of mine is an OU grad, and he's in the media as well. And he said, now it feels like Oklahoma's in the SEC because we've won an SEC championship in a sport where everybody across the league wants to be competitive in. But I think it's a great story of a 3 or 4 week run for them to win a national championship.
And you're right. They just mashed, because the one thing I knew going in, North Carolina, apparently, they were supposed to have the best pitching, and Oklahoma beat up on Alabama. They beat up on Georgia. And then other than one game, they mashed against UNC as well.
Yeah, they were, and they're a relative, then they had their freshman arms. They just, the home run ball was huge for them. And they got shut down in game 2, and they quickly came out last night and they cranked up that offense again. And here's another thing. They're a very likable team. I'm going to be honest. If North Carolina would have won, they are one of the more boring programs with a great head coach. Scott Forbes is a wonderful person, but they're a boring program. OU is a very likable SEC team. And it's rare in Omaha for the locals to embrace an SEC team that's not wearing purple and gold. They love LSU here. But for them to like Oklahoma and go, man, I like those guys, that shows you a lot about this team. But I think it starts at the top. Their head coach, Skip Johnson, who they hired from Texas. I mean, OU hired a Texas guy, but he's a guy that, they were up all night. They flew back early this morning. He's going to go out, get in his pickup truck, go out and check his deer feeder, and he'll go right back to work. It's a pretty good story.
Gary Sharp tells a bunch of good stories for the Omaha World Herald. Follow him on X at Gary Sharp _.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating
Thank
needs.
you.
You are a designer, a contractor,
Always
a
great to
professional
see you.
or a warrior. American
And
Paint Supplies where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000 depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
This is Miller and Moulton.
That's all I get? All right. Yep, there's no doubt. That's the one that makes the noise. Not much of a lap cat, though. Neither of them are. They will take attention on their terms. I did not see that he got invited to the White House. I know he got a J.J. Watt helped him get to Toronto, and he was in Niagara Falls. The French guy that Paula sent me cracked me up too. That was funny. Might have to buy a new TV today. That is Skip Low. I love it. No, you're not coming over either? I'll piss off both of you.
One of the good guys.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Just had Gary Sharp on, Westwood 1, Omaha World Herald, longtime radio guy. Still does play-by-play of Omaha men's basketball. We had him on a couple of years ago when they won the Summit League and made that run to the NCAA tournament. So, good guy. He was just on the American Paint Supplies hotline. Just like Bobby Marks the hour before, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
So, World Cup today, England playing at 4 o'clock, Portugal before that. I looked this up because I didn't know it. You know, Ronaldo is an all-time great in the sport. I get it.
Mm-hmm.
But in the World Cup, Messi may score more goals in group than Ronaldo's had in his entire career. How many goals? Do you have any idea how many goals Ronaldo has? He has played in 6 World Cup tournaments. This is his 6th World Cup. Do you know how many goals he has in 6 World Cup tournaments?
Well, he's played then, barring injury, he's played a minimum of 17 games, right? You had to play 3 to get out of your group. And he's played one already.
He's played in 23 games.
Okay. Well, so 16 to get to today, which minimum 17, 23 games. Well, here's the thing. I know what it's less than, but I don't know what it's equal to. I'll guess 10.
8.
Wow.
The best they've ever done as a nation, and Portugal's very good. They finished 4th in his first World Cup appearance in 2006. Then they got to the round of 16 and got bounced. Then they didn't get out of group when they were in Brazil. Then they make the round of 16 again. They got to the quarters in Qatar and this tournament. So he and Portugal have largely disappointed in the World Cup. So
I think, didn't he share that with Messi and Argentina until 4 years ago?
But they've made a quarters and they finished 4th. So I mean they've not even won much in the knockout stage. They failed to get out of the group stage once and were bounced in the round of 16 twice. So this is a team, and I had to do a little research to find this out. Basically from the way I understand it, and I think I've got this right, but like 9 of the 11 starters for Portugal are one of the 2 or 3 best players on some of the best club teams in the world. This is a lineup that's stacked, not just Ronaldo, their entire team. And they did not play well in their first game. So a lot of pressure, not just on him, but on the entire team. And they have a coach, manager, whatever the hell you call it in this sport, that this apparently is his last run with this team. So if there were anybody that could make a dramatic move, and bench him, it's this guy. So just for what it's worth, I'm not trying to be a soccer aficionado. I'm not.
Well, it's very valid.
I don't even do the David. I refuse to call it a pitch. I don't know enough about the sport to say the pitch. It's a soccer field, just like everything else is a field. I'm not even going to go there, okay? I'm not going to use soccer terms once every 4 years and act like I'm trying to fool you because I don't care.
So Messi, and I don't know how many World Cups, although I think his first one was as a teenager. Thought he appeared in his first one at 18 or 19. But Messi heading into the World Cup 4 years ago. Argentina had not won it with him, but he had only scored 6 goals in his World Cup career. 6. Now, last year, he scored 7, and they won it. Now, he didn't score the most goals in the tournament, but I think he was the leading scorer in the tournament, and obviously they won, so who cared?
This is all Messi's 6th tournament, and you are right. But here's the difference. Argentina in his first, they got to the quarters. In his second, they got to the quarters. In his third, they were runner-up to Germany. They got to the round of 16, and then they won. So
Right.
I mean, in the 5 times, they didn't fail to get out of group.
Right.
They won games more times than not. So yes, he didn't win the whole thing, but just in comparing the two,
Right.
Argentina's done far better than Portugal. They've played in the same number of World Cups, and Argentina's success in those tournaments is much greater than that of Portugal.
But to me, it's remarkable, the coincidence. Messi scores 6 goals in 4 World Cups, scores 7 last year, and has 5 in 2 matches this year. He has scored twice as many goals in the 2022 World Cup and his first 2 games this year than he scored in 4 entire World Cups during his quote-unquote prime. Go figure.
But they also had success
Yep.
that Portugal's not had.
True.
And Portugal is supposed to be successful. They're
Right?
their odds were pretty good. They weren't, Spain and France are clearly the 2 best. But it is a lot of pressure to me on Portugal today. I mean, this is an easy game, but they need to win. They need to score a few goals. They need to look, like Portugal. That's all.
And
There
for
it is.
those,
That's it. That's it for me. My sock. I'm out. Jerry, I'm out.
but for those saying it's more easier teams early in the tournament now, well, that literally started a week ago.
Right.
I mean, that didn't start last year when he scored 7
4 years.
times.
But yeah.
Yeah, sorry, you know what I meant. So, but listen, this is to Miller and Moulton. And listen, if you're a soccer fan, then you take our opinions on this sport with more than a grain of salt. This is so far working out so much better than we envisioned it. And my goodness, what isn't working right now? If you're FIFA, and by the way, when it comes to corruption and incompetence combined, I mean, outside of the NCAA, I don't know who outdoes FIFA.
Oh, no. FIFA's number 1. I think the NCAA and the Olympics are fighting for the silver medal.
Okay. And yet, these yahoos I mean, the stars are playing like stars. The host countries, I think they're unbeaten. I think Canada's got a draw.
Yep.
Okay, so they're 5-0-1 right now, I think.
Right.
Are the
And it's
three
the
host
first
countries?
ever win for Canada. They've never won a game. And yes, it's expanded. Yes, it's watered down from the past. But a lot of these nations that weren't supposed to do a damn thing, Cape Verde with a couple of ties, they might move on. The Congo had a tie. So you can't sit there and group all of these new teams in and say, well, it's watered down, because they've surprised the hell out of everybody.
Ivory Coast and tied in stoppage time with Germany. I mean, the whole soccer world was literally like, you have got to be kidding me. And if that guy had just buried it in the back of the net, my goodness.
And Ivory Coast's been at it a while. Like, I will say, that's a team that we're used to seeing in this tournament. They've been around for a while. But I mean, Curacao getting a tie, these things are crazy.
Yep.
Japan, and they're getting better, coming back and tying the Netherlands. The Dutch are one of the favorites in this. So the tournament's been terrific. It really has.
By the way, our buddy was right about Japan. I watched that whole match. They outplayed Mexico the whole second half.
North Korea, you mean?
Korea, sorry. Outplayed them whole second half.
So today, Portugal at 1, England, be at the British Open pub if you're in the 239. That's the place to watch the Brits. 4 o'clock today. Miller and Moulton.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
The
sound.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
This is Miller and Moulton.
No. Come here. No dice.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till we're out of here. Hump Day edition tomorrow with Seth Everett. Curious what happens in the NBA over the course of the next 20 hours.
Do you
Who gets-
anticipate trades today?
I anticipate one more big trade before the draft. Yeah. That picks need to be known, who's got them and when and what have you. So, yeah, I do.
All right. I'm not sure who would be doing it. But then again, I don't see any of the top teams trading out. There could be other trades. Like I don't see anybody in the top 6 making a move. But if it happens, I guess that's probably a good thing. Trades are never a bad thing for any sport.
Like, I'm curious about Atlanta because they got that second first-round pick because Joe Dumars doesn't know what he's doing and he's running the show for New Orleans. And so if I'm Atlanta, and what was I, the 6th seed this year, and I actually think I'm going to be better next year, and I'm young, I'm just wondering, do I want both those picks, or do I want to use one of those picks to get one of the veterans that's available? I mean, see, that's the thing, Mark. Nobody's got any money. I mean, I think the NBA looks a lot like the NHL has looked for the last few years when nobody could afford to do anything. You got 20 of the 30 teams in the NBA who can't afford to do anything except unload cap. Well, then what about the teams who can?
Speaking of the NHL, more and more I'm seeing Bobrovsky not back with the Panthers. That seems to be the growing sentiment among those who cover the league. We shall see. Florida's been able to pull off a lot of things that they were not expected to. But at this point in time, most of the people in the know think that Bobrovsky will not be a Florida Panther next year.
I know you got things to do. I'm just throwing this out. So you know Hellebuck wants out of Winnipeg, right?
Right.
Now, Florida's got enough money where they could afford Hellebuck. They wouldn't be able to afford much else. But they could acquire Connor Hellebuck.
They could. Freddie Anderson is a free agent as well. Skinner's a free agent. So there are goaltenders out there. And I know the Panther fans' first choice is Bob. But what I'm hearing is that Bob will be somewhere else next year. We shall see.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
All right, David, this one is for you, and really for you only. I saw this and I laughed, so I have a question. Today in 1661, the marriage contract for King Charles II and Portuguese Princess Catherine of Bringaza, agreed. which gave Tangier in Bombay to England. I ask you this question off of that. Since we took Prince Boy over there when he married Markle and he got dumped on us, what should we have got for that? I don't think we needed to give England anything for Meghan Markle. I think for taking Prince Boy there in our country, we deserved a little something for the effort.
You know, this is rewriting history. Remember, part of the early intrigue was that Prince Boy and the American divorcee actress were more popular than the future king and queen. And that was apparently part of the early jealousy. So at the beginning, okay, they wanted her. And
did they want her? Did the people want her?
They wanted her from a gossip standpoint. They could not get enough of her pictures and gossiping every day about her. But even if they didn't,
I'm just saying, is there an island somewhere that we deserved for this? That's all.
Wow. I happen to like him.
All right, 1917. Ernie Shore enters the game for the Red Sox. To me, it's obvious that on June 22nd, 1917, Babe Ruth got hammered because he's ejected for throwing a punch at the umpire, and Ernie Shore comes in and retires all 26 batters he faces for a combined no-hitter. Ruth told everybody, I'm getting thrown out early in this one. I'm hungover. The funny Shaq story I heard recently of Shaq talking about telling Zoe, yeah, I'm getting 2 quick ones. He was out all night and basically told Alonzo morning, yeah, I'm getting 2 quick fouls. Made 2 fouls in like the first minute of the game, and Zoe came in.
On a serious note, though, Shaq said he went to Riley later on in the year and said, why do we have 10 a.m. shoot-arounds? And Riley goes, I've always had 10 a.m. shoot-arounds. And Shaq goes, we get in at 3 in the morning, whether from the game we just played or, we went out. We get in at 3 in the morning, then we go get something to eat at a Waffle House or whatever. We get to our bedroom at 5, okay? And he said, move it to noon. And I guess they had an argument over it.
He still would have had 2 quick fouls being hungover.
No doubt.
The game wasn't at 10 a.m.
Right. No, you're right. No, he had said the morning, I'm getting 2 quick ones.
1922, Walter Hagen becomes the first American-born winner of the Open Championship. The first SATs, the first high school seniors were apparently pissed today in 1926 because the College Board administers the first SAT exam in the United States. Today in 60, the pill was made available for purchase in the U.S. 2 different songs released today, 2 very different songs, both big. I think this one was a number 1, and I think the only number 1 ever by this band. My Sharona, today in 79, released by the Knack. Also, The Devil Went Down to Georgia, released by the Charlie Daniels Band. Today in 80, The David Letterman Show debuts on NBC TV daytime. It was on at 10 a.m. 1989, the first Batman with Michael Keaton and Jack Nicholson premiered. Today in 92, John Gotti, sentenced to life in prison. The Teflon Don finally goes down. Barry Bonds would steal his 500th base today in 2003, becoming the first player to have 500 career home runs and 500 steals. 05, in that highly offensive series, the Spurs would beat the Pistons in 7. Your final score in the game 7, 81-74. Felix Hernandez hits a grand slam today for Seattle against the Mets in 2008. The first pitcher to do so since Steve Dunning did it in 1971. Today in 2011, Kyrie, the first pick by the Cavs, and later that night, or maybe at the same time, Suits with Meghan Markle premiered.
Mm-hmm.
Ben Simmons, drafted first by the Sixers today in 2016. On that same day, the UK voted to leave the European Union, Brexit. And the TV show Bear premiered today in 2022. Art Modell, June Carter Cash, Wilma Rudolph, and Robert Hunter, who wrote a lot of songs with Jerry Garcia, would have all celebrated birthdays today. Clarence Thomas is 78. Randy Jackson, it's a little pitchy dog. He's 70. Monty, Colin Montgomery, 63. Felix the Cat, Felix Potvin, is 55. Zidane Zidane, the soccer player, 54. Jason Mraz, 49. Matt Light, 48. And LaDainian Tomlinson is 47 years old today. What did I miss?
I don't think you missed a thing. I mean, you went Teflon Don on me.
Come
you
on.
take the Mob and the Royals away from me? I mean, what do I have left?
The Kansas City Royals.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What do you got, Mark?
I did have a sore spot for those 70s Royals. I did.
How could you not, David? How could you not? I realize right now that I may have lacked doing some work yesterday. I thought I had the good, bad, and ugly done. Apparently, I did not. So, for the good, we got a cat inside a storm drain that was saved by animal law enforcement.
Okay.
So, good for them. All right. For the bad, we go to Texas, where bees are all over the place. Apparently, an 18-wheeler overturned in the Mauriceville area on Sunday, and 50,000 pounds of bees, 2 million insects were overturned while making a turn. The driver was not injured, but people were warned to remain indoors because of bees everywhere. And for the ugly, we go to Australia for always my favorite thing to freak out David a little bit, because they had to bring in the professional reptile wranglers when a large snake was found behind the living room television. I would do anything for one of these stories to be about David Moulton and a snake somehow getting behind his TV, under the refrigerator, somewhere in the home. Because I think it would be like when the cockroach was in my grandmother's condominium in Florida, and my dad refused to eat in the condo for the rest of the trip.
So I don't know if it's the meds that I'm taking, because, and I don't know if you had this happen to you when you started to have to take some pretty serious medicine. We're battling cancer. But I'm starting to have dreams. Not consistently, but I'm starting to have dreams. I had a dream the other day that somehow, some way, I was in a boat and it tipped over in a Florida lake between the gators and the snakes. That I woke up, I was in a total sweat. I mean, I lived this for a couple minutes in my bed. It was awful. Just awful. You really don't like me, don't you? If that's what you're wishing for.
I just think that you and your wife would not use if a snake were found in your kitchen, I don't think you'd use the kitchen for at least 6 months.
Possibly my wife, but see, here's the problem. Eventually, I would either leave the condo never to return, and I mean never.
Right.
Or after 20 minutes of freaking out and no one's arrived to help me yet, I might go in myself with the knives and take a stab at it.
That is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, June the 23rd. Brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department, hiring new officers, great pay, overtime, benefits, other jobs available. CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com. And by the way, David, I have dreamt more and had more dreams in the last few months than ever in my, and I've not been on medicine. I mean, I'm on some stuff, but nothing that I would think does that. I think it's that I haven't had a drink since December and I'm sleeping differently than I've slept in a long time. My wife has the most vivid dreams where she starts talking about them and I have to say, are we still on the damn dream? And I have dreamt that vividly in the last few months. I have not done that since I was a little kid.
Everybody's playing baseball tonight. All 30 teams are in action. The 4 World Cup games, 3 of them on Fox, 1, 4, and 7. Portugal, Uzbekistan at 1, England, Ghana at 4, Panama, Croatia at 7. The best match of the day might be 10 o'clock FS1, Colombia and the Congo.
I think that is the best match of the day.
NBA draft is tonight. First round tonight. So we'll see who gets traded. And even if there are no trades, the top 6 alone will be fascinating.
Who goes where? And everybody in the top 6 expected to have a good player. As Bobby Marks talked about, till about 18, he thinks there are really good players in this draft. Miller and Moulton. Seth Everett on the show tomorrow, and we'll look back on the first round of the NBA draft. Plus, David might even yell Harry Kane. Miller and Moulton.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
No!
This summer, there's only one place to experience the roar of the World Cup at the British Open Pub in Bonita Springs, your World Cup headquarters, where the team is bringing every match live, full sound on every TV across the patio, with daily food and drink specials from the opening match on June 11th through the final on July 19th. Catch the electric atmosphere for every England and USA match and all the matches in between at the British Open Pub, Bonita Springs, at the shops of Pelican Landing, where the World Cup comes alive. Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
This is Miller and Moulton